Everybody breathe.
Morning, my name is Parole Officer Wangerson. Today's Thursday, March 20th, 2025, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Fernandes, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. An act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, Mike Paul.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance this morning, we have Attorney Lindsay Guerrero. Attorney Guerrero, can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Sure. Lindsay Guerrero. The juris number is 427800, 60 Housatonic Avenue, Bridgeport, Connecticut.
Thank you. And also present with you, I believe we have social worker Jessica Macho-Bothwell, as well as attorney Rosanna Capetta. We also presently have the state's attorney, Jonathan Formicella. If you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Jonathan Formicella, Assistant State's Attorney, 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 06604, juris number 444343.
Thank you very much. And also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services Representative Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Fernandes, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Joseph Fernandes, 238390.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Fernandes, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Fernandes, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So as previously indicated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Joseph Fernandes, inmate number 238390. Mr. Fernandes serving a sentence of life with no probation to follow for murder. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which includes Tier 2, Thresholds, Voices, People Empowering People, and Smart Recovery. He also reportedly completed Alternatives to Violence. He's currently participating in the Second Chance Pell Grant College program and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Fernandes, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Thank you for giving me the chance to stand before you today. My priority is to the families of Erica McGilvery and James McMillan. I, Joseph Fernandes, I sincerely apologize for taking the lives of your loved ones. Nobody has a right to give a life or take a life but God. I conducted myself in a reckless manner, thinking only about myself. I am truly sorry for what I have done. I've learned that when a life is taken in a reckless manner, the impact that it takes on all connected or related to is a devastating and causing long-term suffering. It's like a domino effect and even caused my family to suffer as well. I wish I could rewind the clock back and make better decisions, but I cannot. What I can do is ask for forgiveness, and God has already forgiven me. What I will do, if you, the board member that allowed me to stand before you today and share my condolences and remorse, decide to reduce my sentence, allowing me another chance at life, I will spend the rest of my time reaching out to at-risk youth who are getting into trouble by sharing my experience and reckless actions of my teenage years, hoping to prevent them from making the same mistakes I made. At the time of the incident, I was 18 years old. I have spent the majority of my life incarcerated. Since incarcerated, I have become a man of reason, understanding, patience, qualities I did not possess at 18 years old. I have become educated on how to live life. I am a better me, for the only person I have to be is the person I was last week. With that being said, I am asking the board to acknowledge the person I am today and to give me an opportunity to utilize my newly learned coping skills to be successful in life. Growing up, I lived with my mother in public housing, a project known as Marina Village. There were a lot of drugs and gun violence. My mother and father divorced when I was around 3 or 4 years old. I spent weekends with my father, grandparents, my aunts, and my cousin. My mother worked and provided for me the best she could. Living in Marina Village did not come without its fair share of scary moments. When I was in the 5th grade, I remember my house being shot up by drug dealers who lost a lot of money in drugs in a raid. They blamed my mother for the raid and labeled her as a snitch. They would hide drugs in my backyard along with money and guns. They did this so when the cops came around, they wouldn't find anything on them. My mother constantly told the drug dealers to stop hiding stuff in her yard. Because of this, my mom and I lived in fear and paranoia. During the 8th grade school year, I went to live with my father full time. I would visit my mother on the weekends. My friends in Marina Village became drug dealers when I started high school. I'd see them with cars, guns, and cash. I began to like their lifestyle until they got arrested and went to jail. They lived a gangster lifestyle, which had an influence on my attitude in school. Nevertheless, I attended high school all the way up until the day I was arrested. I had good grades and was on the basketball team and football team. I also had a job stocking the frozen food section at Edwards Supermarket. On the weekends, I would hang out with the new set of peers I met in high school who smoked weed laced with PCP and they drank a lot of beer. I started drinking beer with them, and I also tried weed laced with PCP 2 or 3 times my junior year when I was 17. On the date of this incident, I was not only drinking beer, but I also smoked weed laced with PCP. I was feeling high and paranoid. I was told by multiple people that James was going to shoot me, and if he couldn't shoot me, he was going to shoot up my house. A student from James' school told me to watch my back because James had a gun. He was talking about shooting me or shooting my house. This stemmed from an incident that happened. It occurred in the fall of 1994, about 6 months before the crimes. I went to Club 302 with friends. James was also there. One of my friends from elementary school was being jumped by a group of individuals. I intervened to help him escape the group. We were all kicked out of the club. Once inside, the same group of individuals and others concerned cornered me and started to attack me. One of my friends tried to help, but couldn't. At one point, I saw James and others get into his car and leave. At school, in the following weeks, I hear that James is telling people that he helped me fight off the crowd. I told him this was not true. In reality, James left when police were on their way. Students then made fun of James, calling him a runner. His street credibility was ruined, which prohibited him from joining the gang. This upset James, and he began to tell others he was going to shoot me. This led me to make one of the most unthinkable decisions – to not only buy a gun, but to carry the gun for protection. I was afraid and didn't know who to confide in. After school on Friday, I was drinking PCP. I was smoking weed laced with PCP. I was drinking beer. We were supposed to go to the movies, me and some friends, but I felt sick. Before the events of the horrific crime, I left a friend's sister's house. I walked down the street. James was at work. He was inside the pizza place getting pizzas to deliver. Jato was getting out of the car to walk home. I squeezed into the back seat of the car, hoping to get a ride from James. James came out of the pizza place with the orders and sat them next to me on the seat. I asked James for a ride home, and he said, "I'll bring you to the school. That's as far as I'm going with this order." So he drove around the corner and stopped at a light. I asked him if we were cool because I was told he had a gun and to watch my back. James said, "We were cool. Don't listen to what other people are telling me." I told him that kids from school were telling me that he said he was going to shoot me, and if he couldn't shoot me, he was going to shoot up my house. I was worried and nervous. I asked him again, did he say that, as he turned down the street to pick up somebody. James pulled the car over and turned around and faced me and said, "Stop asking me the same thing over and over again." He raised his voice saying, "Yes, I said that, and the next time I see you, you know what time it is." I was alarmed. Erica got into the car and James drove around the corner to pick up Jato. James drove to the delivery address. I kept thinking about what he said at that point. I felt it was either him or me. The drugs played a major role in my paranoia. I panicked, and it was at this point that I shot James. I attempted to climb out of the back seat, stepping on the armrest in the console. I fell backwards into the seat I was sitting. I was in a tight space. I pulled myself forcefully between the driver's seat when the gun went off again. I still had a gun in my right hand. And while trying to get from the back seat to the front of the car, after the gun went off, I jumped out of the driver's side window, hitting and landing on the side of my head. I was dizzy as I ran from the car. I went home to my grandparents that night. The next morning, as I was cleaning around the house, my grandmother was reading the newspaper aloud, and she said one person was found unresponsive and another victim was taken to the hospital where they later passed away. My grandmother shook her head and sounded sad as she sent prayers to the victim's family. I was in shock because I didn't know Erica was shot too. And again, I want to apologize for the loss of Erica. I never meant to shoot her, but I take responsibility for both deaths. As I stated previously, I was in high school and only 18 years old when the crimes occurred. This was the first time I've ever been in prison. I've never been in trouble like this before. It has been almost 3 decades since I've been incarcerated for my unthinkable actions. I take full accountability for. Back then, I was an immature follower. I couldn't find my place in the community. I was trying to fit in when I was born to stand out. If I only knew then what I knew now, I would have made better decisions. During my incarceration, I have worked on my self-growth, taking accountability, and helping others. While I did receive 7 disciplinary tickets, almost 30 years, I've stayed out of trouble for the past 10 years. Throughout my past 30 years, I've maintained employment. I also volunteered as a hospice worker, sitting and taking care of terminally ill patients. I did this as an act of atonement. I have a sense of redemption. I made a horrible choice, but I have the chance to come back from it. I also asserted myself to any available programs to me. Become a better man, a child of God, before there was an OAP. Thus far, I've taken and received certificates for alternatives to violence, smart recovery, thresholds, people empowering people, AA, Tier 2. I've received my GED, and I'm currently in the Second Chance Pell program. I'm also a certified blood spill cleanup. I'm on a COVID-19 cleanup team. I'm also a Literacy Volunteer of America tutor. A young man in my situation would have given up, They would be bitter, carrying a lot of anger towards everyone and not taking accountability. Even though I was given life without parole, I still put forth hard work and effort to show that I could be rehabilitated. I've learned to find the positive in the negative situation. I try to see the good in every situation and make the best of it. For my transition back into society, I plan to participate in the Workforce Innovation Opportunity Act, where I will receive a CDL training to become a truck driver. I will also take part in the Career Connect CT program to become a forklift operator until I get a job as a truck driver. A certified commercial cleaner. I can be hired as a janitor in a hospital. I could work in a supermarket or a hotel. I will spend my free time mentoring troubled youth at a community outreach center, such as Catalyst CT in Bridgeport or CT VIP in New Haven. As a way of giving back to the community, I have become a person who is always looking to accomplish something. I'm not afraid of hard work. I've learned how to respond to difficult situations. I'm a dependable employee. I feel pleased to have a chance to learn, have the chance to apply what I have learned. I've learned a lot over the years, and I've taken inventory of my teenage self as well as my mature self. I've learned from my GED teacher, Mrs. T, take time to change my distorted views, which will give me a chance to better understand who I really am as a person. I'm not the same immature 18-year-old I was. After mentoring young men 20 to 25 years of age, I truly have a different outlook on life. I've helped younger inmates prepare themselves for life back into society, with families, and be productive citizens in society. I also help them study for their GED test, and I encourage them to take college courses and to participate in programs that would teach them how to make better decisions and to use resources available to them. The prison environment has been both challenging and a place of growth. It has been a humbling experience. I have received encouragement from my peers, staff, instructors, and other inmates who have been pardoned or paroled. I have also prepared myself for a life back in society with my family and to be a successful, productive citizen. I hope to have a second chance to return to society to show and prove that I can be of value to the community. I spent the last 30 years incarcerated, and not a day goes by that I don't think of Erica and James and pray for forgiveness from their families. I'm ashamed of my actions as an 18-year-old, but I am proud of the man I have become. While I can't take back my actions, I can use the skills I've learned and the opportunities I have been given to change the lives of others and prevent another tragedy like this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fernandes, for your statement. We have reviewed your entire file. This panel is very well versed. We have the police report, the court transcripts, all of the documents from throughout your incarceration, certificates, evaluations. We received letters of support from friends and family members. In addition, we have a packet of information from your attorney Guerrero, as well as the report from social worker Macho. So we're very well versed. We do have some additional questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll ask the Office of Victim Services to provide any victim input that they have, after which your attorney and the state's attorney will be allowed the opportunity to give a statement. At the end, we'll deliberate amongst ourselves and we'll give you our decision here today. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we'll begin our questioning with my colleague, Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Mr. Fernandes.
Good morning.
That was a very good statement. You talked about the offense and how you're not the same person that you were at 18. You talked about your reckless actions. And taking 2 lives and the impact that that's had on so many people. You know, and your mandatory sentence was life in prison. And when I look at a case like this, and early on, you know, that's what it was. It was life in prison. Here I am. But you've made choices. You know, your young, reckless behavior turned positive relatively early. What I've seen is that your disciplinary report history includes no violent acts. And that's something that's, for me, that's something that's important to see, right? Because what you committed out there was ultimate violence, you know, twice. How early on did you take the Alternatives to Violence program?
I want to say about in the late 90s, maybe around 98.
Yeah.
And so you had the opportunity to not only take the basic, but the advanced, and became a facilitator. How involved were you in that program?
I worked side by side with facilitators that would come in from society, and I would assist them with some of the programming we had planned for the guys that signed up for the program to participate.
And how many guys do you think went through that program? Let me revise that. How many guys do you think went through that program while you were helping facilitating?
Possibly almost 40.
Another thing that's really important and really specific to the offense for me, you got involved in hospice care.
Yes.
And you were involved in that in hospice care for how long?
Possibly since 2010.
So still, or
No, I was
there just a
transferred.
period?
It was an adjusted period. I was transferred from MacDougall, where I was doing hospice, and I also was a janitor. I came here to Garner about 2014 and been here ever since.
So it's like what, 4 to 6 years?
6 years.
Is that right?
No, I've been here 10 years, but I've been in hospice for 4 years.
You were in hospice for 4 years.
Yes.
Okay. You know, inmates deserve to die with dignity.
Yes.
And when you're in dealing with people who are in hospice care, certainly it's end of life for people, right?
Yes. Yes.
How do you think that working, well, one, how many people do you think you worked with? If you're going to have to estimate, how many people in hospice care do you think you worked with?
Total, I have about 5 patients
How did that change your seeing life and death?
I've really never seen anything like that experience, but it was also, it was a humbling experience. And one of the patients that I was looking after, he was in my unit. So it was really, he was a good friend to me also before the fact. And I was shocked that he was going on hospice because he didn't tell anybody. So I basically stayed here. I cooked for him. Whenever he needed meds, I alerted the nurse to him. But we played cards days that he could. Some days he didn't feel too good, so he wouldn't get out of bed. But I try to make everything, it's palliative care. I just try to make everything easy and calm for him.
That's something that changes people, right?
Yes.
So
It takes
that's, go ahead.
It takes a certain type of individual to do that. I've seen some guys that they take the hospice program, but then they have second thoughts when they see what it involves and the fact that they're helping somebody that could pass away. Like some of them couldn't handle it, but I felt for me, it was changing my person, showing who I am, and I just wanted to give back to other people that just need help.
And that's really, it's important to me sitting here because the offense that we're dealing with was a reckless offense that took people's lives like that. And being able to experience and do what you did with hospice, you know, it's like it can't help but change, you know, your view on life itself. So I appreciate you doing that. There are several other programs that you've taken and you talked about those. It's really important that that you're able to do that and gain from them what you did. You know, it's part of offender change. You know, and from what I heard and from what I've read with your interview from the parole officer and what's been supplied to us, you know, when you said that you're not the same person, you know, for me, that's pretty obvious. You're in the Second Chance Pell program?
Yes, sir.
Working on associates in business?
Yes.
How far along are you?
Right now I have 33 credits and I need 60 to receive my associate's degree. I have a 3.71 grade average.
Very good. That's very good. So one of the other things that I just want to touch on is that substance use played a part in this whole thing, right?
Yes.
As I looked, none of your, correct me if I'm wrong, none of your tickets had anything to do with substance use, right?
No, sir.
You've taken Tier 2, you've taken Smart Recovery, you've been to involved with AA. Can you talk to me a little bit about where you are when it comes to recovery?
When it comes to recovery, I've been sober 30 years. And I took that, I volunteered to take that class, and just to show that, you know, I don't plan on using any drugs. I took AA to show of good faith. I'm not even gonna take a drink. And basically the drugs, PCP and the weed and drinking beer, I threw my whole life away because of that. And I don't want anything to do with that anymore.
People out here get really crazy over heroin and fentanyl. And PCP is just, I don't know how many of these cases that I've sat through where PCP is what somebody was taking when they took somebody's life. I mean, that's really rough. So I know you say that you don't have any plans to use and such. And I'm sure that through Smart Recovery and Tier 2 that you've dealt with people, places, and things, right?
Yes.
What can you tell me about what you're going to do with people, places, and things when you get out here in the community if that happens?
First, I plan on looking for a job to take care of my financial. I will sign up for I will continue with my education through Housatonic to make sure I receive my degree. Once I have it, I'll go to New Haven, and I'll also continue on to get my bachelor's. And I will also look for an apartment, a place to live. And on my free time, I'll be mentoring troubled youth.
Okay, so that covers a goal, that covers education. And that covers a really important thing in the community, right?
Yes. I plan to be a pillar in the community also.
And you know, the thing is that people with your background can do things in the community that others can't when it comes to our kids. But what I'm really looking at though, and when I ask the question, it's like people, places, and things are what you had in your life that put you where you're sitting right now.
Yes.
And I hear your admirable goal about education and about helping to mentor youth. But what about the people, places, and things for Mr. Fernandes?
For me, if the board decides to give me a second chance and they have programs that they would want me to take, I'm more than willing to take them. AA, or if I had to go out for NA also. But I have the support of my family also. Get a chance to meet the family that I did meet. They are now all adults because I've been incarcerated for 30 years.
Okay, so family and what else? Do you have any connections in the community right now?
Right now, I have a connection with in New Haven community with CTVIP. It's a mentoring group.
Okay. What kind of group is that?
They mentor the kids in the community, as far as I know. As well as some of them also work. They're working in Yale, New Haven, and New Haven, 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 New Ha And also I have a CT Emerge to help with my employment.
Okay. I'm going to tell you really what I'm looking for there. You know, when you stepped inside Connecticut DOC in 1995, you left a group of people that I'm sure that when you come out there, you don't want anything to do with. So the question really is about, if they're not in your life, who is? So it's just something to think about. I'm not even looking for an answer. The places that you were hanging around were places that led to why you're sitting in that seat right now. And what are the places? And I've heard you talk about, school, Housatonic, and you know, New Haven, coming up for your bachelor's in New Haven, both admirable things. But one of the biggest things in a transition back into the community is to make sure that you're covered. The worst thing that can happen is that we think we got this, and then we use one more time, and all bets are off. Right? And when you have so much at stake, because you have two people who are gone now because of your actions, it's really important that when it comes to your mental and spiritual health, that you're there and you have that plan to take care of that as well. And there's a whole lot of good plans that you outlined for us during your remarks and such, but certainly I really want you to think about that, because that support out here is critical to any kind of success that you would have. I don't have anything for that.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Good morning, Mr. Fernandes.
Morning.
So I don't want to retry your case. We're not here to do that, but something really stood out to me that I do want to discuss with you. So, I mean, I think all along you have admitted that you intentionally shot the first victim, the male victim in your case, while you were sitting in the back of the car. When you gave your statements to the police officers, never did you say that the second murder was accidental. The second shooting was accidental. In addition, there was a fourth party in the back seat with you who gave statements to the police that he saw you shoot both of them in the back of the head and then attempt to leave the car. But now you're saying that the second shooting was accidental. So if that's the case, why didn't you say that all along?
Ma'am, getting out of the back of the car, I never intended to shoot Erica. It was an accident. It happened I was attempting to flee the scene. I still had a gun in my hand and it went off. I'm very sorry for what happened with both victims. And it was
Maybe you didn't understand my question. If that's the case and if that's the truth, why didn't you say that to the police after it happened when you were questioned?
I didn't really say anything to the police, ma'am.
And why would the fourth party who was in the car lie about what happened?
I couldn't tell you at the time, ma'am. He told a few things in the story that weren't true. But that's all I can say. It was an accident and it was not intentional.
Okay. But you
No, it
understand,
was-
you know, your version is today is very different from the official version.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the end result is the same, right? There's the loss of 2 lives, very serious. And I did read all of your records from the Department of Correction. You have participated in a lot of programs, but I also did note that the majority of the programs that you participated in were in the past couple of years. So why did it take you so long to get into all of these programs?
Well, at the time, a lot of the people that were running the programs, I had too much time. So they wanted to deal with people that were going home within the next few or several years. And I would take.
But
any
you still
program
have a lot of time.
that I
You still
could.
have life in prison. So what changed?
Overcrowding changed. In this facility particularly, we had a lot of level 3s and they moved all the level 3s out. So it's just level 4s. And now we have the opportunity to take a program. And another program I had the opportunity to get involved in was the second chance bail. Because if we still had the overcrowding, I would not have gotten to that second chance bail program.
Yeah, I noted that's very recent too. Your education's very recent as well. Although you did get your GED early on, or your high school. Was it a GED or a high school diploma?
GED.
Okay, yeah, that was early on. But the second chance is very recent too. So were you attempting to get into programs for all of these years?
Yes, and since I came back from Virginia in 2001, there were numerous programs. I can't name them, but at the time in MacDougall, we were faced with the overcrowding, and they took in the program whoever had the least amount of time. A lot of people with time like me, we weren't able to take the programs.
Yeah, no, I understand that. We do hear that often, but again, I don't know why that, if you're saying it was overcrowding, we didn't have overcrowding in 21, 22. So, okay. Your attorney looks confused. I'm looking at all the dates of the programs. We have all the dates in our system. So we know exactly when he took every program.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for clearing that up for me. I heard all of the questions that my colleague asked, so I won't ask for your release plan and your relapse prevention plan. What are you doing today for work in the facility?
I'm currently a janitor, and I'm also a COVID-19 cleaner.
You still have COVID-19 cleaners? That's a title?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well, we certainly do appreciate the work that you do with helping the spread of COVID-19. How long have you been a janitor, sir?
I've been a janitor in this facility about 10 years almost.
Yeah, that's a long time. Okay, so where are you now?
Right now I'm at Garner.
You're at Garner, okay, yeah. Well, you've been there since 2016.
I'm 14.
Oh, you had a brief transfer at some point to Osborne and then went back. Okay.
Yes, it's medical procedure.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to get into any of your private information that's protected. So you have 7 disciplinary reports, which is not a lot for someone who's been incarcerated for almost 30 years, but certainly do notice that they dropped off. Your last one was in 2015. Was there a point in your incarceration where your mindset changed?
Yes, I just matured and I learned the ways of the prison. I just fell in line. I stayed out of trouble. You know, I just do the programs, I stay busy.
That's good. Okay, and as far as vocational educational stuff, did you do anything there? I know you have a plan to get your CDL, but I'm not sure what types of programs they have at Garner for things like that.
Currently, I'm a certified commercial cleaner. I received a certification back in '01 when I went to Virginia. I was transferred there due to overcrowding.
Yeah. Yeah, we see that. You were there for about a year, almost a year. Oh, no. That's right. Yeah. Okay, and you held positions in the chapel and commissary as well, right? How long did you do that?
They were short only because I was supposed to go to the voc ed over there. And when I finally did, I was taking up electronics and I was more than halfway through with the class, and then I ended up transferred. So I couldn't receive my certification in electronics also because I was transferred. But I just managed to, once I was transferred, I managed to assert myself, and I took up commercial cleaning where I managed to get certified.
Well, you received excellent evaluations from all of your supervisors in the positions that you worked in the facility. And I said earlier, we received a lot of letters of support from staff, family, friends, Mr. Boyd, who we know very well and is doing well in the community. So it is quite clear that you've made great progress during your incarceration. And of course, you were 18 years old. So 30 years later, you certainly are not the same person. What do you think you could benefit from before or if you're returning to the community? What type of programming and services?
Actually, I could benefit from working with Mr. Boyd. Just mentoring the young kids and young youths that are in the streets and just encouraging them to get out of the streets and just to connect with their community, their family, and to show them have them look at all the opportunities out there that they have ahead of them, and they can make something of themselves because they're still young. And I benefit because I feel better knowing that I helped somebody that was in need, whether it be like if I have an apartment and they needed a place to just come and cool off and just talk about things, or if they needed something to eat, I'd feed them. And I benefit because I feel good about myself because I helped someone.
Yeah. Okay. You didn't have any criminal history prior to this, right?
No, ma'am.
Was that because you were doing the right thing, or just because you didn't get caught doing the wrong thing?
I was a follower. That's what basically led me to this.
Yeah.
When I graduated 8th grade, I was in a Catholic school out in Black Rock, St. Anne's, and I had a chance to take the test and go to Fairfield Prep or Notre Dame, where I was going to play football. And I took it on myself to let my family know, all because I didn't want to I was tired of wearing the uniform to school every day, that I'd rather go to another school where I didn't have to wear a uniform. That was not a good choice. And I wish I hadn't made that choice.
Yeah. Well, hindsight is always 20/20, they say, right? And as kids, we don't want to listen to our parents or. All of this started because of an incident at a nightclub. Why were you jumped at that club?
I intervened in a fight that was going on. A guy I knew from elementary school, he was all right. He's a good friend, but over the years, we lost touch. I transferred to schools. He transferred to different schools, and I finally had a chance. I saw him that night, and I remembered him. And he was getting beat up pretty bad, so I just stepped in to help him out, to get him out of the situation. And in turn, it backfired on me because a lot of people, including myself and my friend, we were thrown out of the club, and the crowd turned on me once the club emptied out.
Have you been in that situation during your incarceration, or someone close to you was being attacked or involved in a fight?
No, ma'am.
No. Okay. So how would you handle that differently? Let's say you're out in the community and family members being attacked or something. What do you do?
If I intervene this time, I would just simply try to do conflict resolution and come to an agreement, talk the other person down. I wouldn't use violence.
Okay. This case went to a jury trial. Did you have a choice in that matter?
My lawyer thought it was in the best interest just to go to trial.
Okay. What was the sentence prior to going to trial? What was the sentence they were suggesting?
They were still offering me life with no parole.
Oh, it was life without parole regardless.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for speaking with me, sir. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yes, so hello, Mr. Fernandes.
Good morning.
So I just want to ask you to clarify something for me. Today, in your opening comments, you said you acted in a reckless manner. Before, you said it was an accident. So can you clarify what you mean by reckless manner versus an accident? Because, and I ask because in reading the police report and actually statements from the victim, it's a little different than what you're saying. So if you can.
Ma'am, I say not to minimize the crime. I say it was an accident because I didn't mean to shoot Erica. It happened when I was trying to flee the scene.
What about the other victim?
At the time, I made a bad choice. I was threatened, and as I said in a statement, when I was younger in 5th grade, my house was shot up. And
I got all of that, but I'll tell you why I asked that. So why did you decide to go riding around with the male victim while he was delivering pizza?
because earlier in the day, I was smoking weed and PCP. I was also drinking. I had not eaten a meal and I started to feel sick. Originally, I was supposed to go to movies with some friends, but I was feeling sick, so I wanted to go home. I was walking on my way home, and James' work happened to be on that same route. So I figured I could ask him for a ride to assist me getting home. I was feeling sick.
So what was your thought when he drove 1 block close to the hospital? Did he know that you were sort of not feeling well?
No, he knew before the fact we even started the ride. And that just was a bad decision on my part, and I wish I could change that. Mr. McMillan didn't deserve that, and neither did Miss McGilvery.
Okay, well, thank you for saying that. So my other question is, of all the programs that you've taken, which one do you think helped to address your poor decision-making and has changed you to be the person you say you are today?
I would say a majority of them. A lot of the programs I've taken, they involve decision making, and I feel all of them have reinforced what I've been working on. And I'm almost 50. With that being said, and the main program that stuck out for me, though, even though I not too long ago took it up, was Voices, because it taught me about empathy, and I already taken accountability, and it just reinforced it. And understanding what I did was wrong, and it helped me just basically to understand that not only were the victims, but their families became victims, and I also made my family victims also as well.
So you completed the Tier 2 program in 2022, and I looked at your release plan whenever you have the opportunity to go back in the community, but you did not include any kind of substance abuse treatment. But today I hear you saying that substance abuse played a huge role in the crimes that you committed. And you indicated such to the parole officer during your interview. So why do you think you did not include it as part of your release plan when it had played such a critical role in why you're there today?
I've been incarcerated 30 years, so I've had a chance to sit and reflect, but at the same time, I haven't taken a drink and I have not gotten high on PCP and weed. But again, if the board feels that I should take a program, if they grant me a second chance, I will absolutely do so.
Yeah, you know, one of the things that I have learned over the years is, first of all, do you think that you were an addict back then?
I think I was a knucklehead young kid, just doing what I saw everyone else do. And I've been drinking beer since I first started high school when I met my new group of friends. I didn't really smoke, so I didn't smoke the weed with the PCP until I was around my beginning of my junior year when I was 17, and we were at a party.
So, Mr. Fernandes, in today's world, PCP is so prevalent along with other types of drugs. And for me, that would be an area of concern for me, because I think despite it being 30 years, if you're an addict, you're an addict for life. So even if you can be sober for 30 years, it can just happen just like that. And I can say that based on my formal training and my interaction with others who have had an addiction to drugs. So, do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair, and thank you for answering.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Okay, so at this point, we will ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate any input they have from the victims' family members. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members. We have 3 victims that are connected via conference call, and they wish to address the board. This will be your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and concerns. At this time, You can unmute your microphone by pressing *6, and you may begin. Pardon, Madam Chair. And then once all they're done, I am going to be reading a statement from another victim. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Ursula McMillan. Should I just start?
Yes.
So my name is Ursula McMillan. I'm the oldest of the McMillan children. And I'm James's sister. I was 17 when he was killed. I want to first thank you, Joe, for being transparent. And I want to thank you for sharing the events of that night. It may be helpful to help my family heal. It's hard to believe it's been almost 30 years since you snuffed out the life of my 18-year-old brother. We had just lost our mom from a stroke at the age of 42 only a year earlier, and James functioned like a parent to us when she died. I'm sure she was present and watched as Joe took the life of her eldest son, and I'm sure she was there to welcome him with open arms when he entered the gates of heaven. It's quite unfortunate as I think upon the ways that James probably would have enhanced and positively impacted the world. We can only imagine because we never got to see what his potential would have been. On that day, April 28th, 1995, Joe callously, carelessly, and recklessly took the lives of two people, James McMillan Jr. and Erica McGilvery, and left a hole in the hearts of many. Not only did Joe take the lives of two innocent people, but he tried to snuff out the life of the child who was the only living survivor and witness. From what I heard, that could have potentially been 3 lives that he took on that night. Life in prison without parole isn't enough for Joe. He planned to kill my brother, and I'm not sure whether he planned to kill Erica, but because she was there, he took her life too. Then he allegedly tracked down the child that was left alive in order to kill him too. Thank God for Jato's bravery and willingness to tell what he had seen, or we might never know who murdered our loved ones. The McMillan children have added value to this world, and we can only imagine what James would have added as well. My brother Keith and I have used our words and our hands in an effort to bring about healing in this world. I have become an accomplished surgeon, and my hands have been used as an instrument to allow God to bring about healing to many. On the other hand, Joe used his hands to take life. My brother Keith has grown up to be a very respectable man. He works hard, he's a great father and husband, and he is a minister for God. We forgive Joe, but justice needs to be served, and he needs to pay for his crimes. 30 years isn't enough for the lives that Joe had affected by killing 2 people and leaving hundreds of survivors to miss them and mourn them. I didn't even realize that I hadn't taken the time to grieve James's death until we received a letter from Victims Advocate. It's as if April 28, 1995 is occurring all over again. When Joe murdered James, he shattered my father's heart in a million pieces, and he never truly recovered. His health suffered, and he never found joy in anything after James Jr.'s murder. Unfortunately, he passed away at age 64. The fortunate part is that he will never have to know about this parole review. I know he couldn't have handled the thought that Joe could possibly be released into society. Keith and I are the only living members from our immediate family and the products of our 2 parents. We will be the voices for our family members who no longer live. We will be James Jr.'s voice. Who knows how our lives would have turned out if that hadn't been a snowball negative effect when Joe murdered my brother. I hope Joe has had a lot of time to think. I hope he has sought out our Father God and asked for forgiveness. And I hope he has become a better person and man. I wish Joe no ill will. My family forgives Joe. we don't have the final say on whether Joe gets paroled, I will trust that my Father God will allow for the appropriate action in this case. I just want Joe to pay for his crimes. So I plead with the parole board to deny any parole at this time for Joe Fernandes. I think he would be unsafe for our community without the proper supports, and it would be a grave miscarriage of justice. It is commendable, however, that Joe has what Joe has done with the hospice program. He has helped people to die with dignity. I am all the more saddened, however, because my brother was unable to die with dignity. As the board has mentioned, Joe has entered several programs only recently. I think there needs to be more evidence of a longer time frame that shows that Joe is truly rehabilitated. Thank you very much for allowing us to give input.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Keith McMillan. I am James McMillan Jr.'s younger brother. As my sister just said, that when this occurred almost 30 years ago, and to be in all honesty, I grieved it when it happened because I went to the court case. You know what I mean? I saw it when it happened. I went to the court case, but I concur with my sister. My father was never the same. My life was never the same. The things that occurred on that night have changed me dramatically throughout the entirety of my life. I will say this, because some people have a sense of they know of God, and there's a difference between knowing of God and knowing who God is. As my sister said, I'm a minister, but I don't use that as a title. I am surrendered to the will of God. So the same thing Ursi said, I have to technically thank Joe, because it's the things that happen to you in your life that God can use to bring you into where he's calling you to. I'm not thanking him for the act of what he did. I'm thanking him for the fact that God will take all things and turn them and use them for your good if you allow him to. I heard earlier when Joe said that he was a child of God. The truth be told, a child of God that has the Holy Spirit in operation within them will bear the fruit of that God that they say they serve. The fruit of that God they say they serve, when you answer those questions there, what is the fruit? Okay, so what is the fruit of the Holy Spirit? Love, peace, joy, kindness, long suffering, forbearance. That's what that means, right? Self-control. Those are fruits of the Spirit. If you catching tickets and you've been in for 30 years, have you mastered self-control? Question to ask yourself. Because the truth be told, when they asked you what you would do when you got outside, the number one answer should have been, whatever my Father in heaven tells me to. Because your life is not yours. You owe, period. Not just for your life, but you owe for the two you took as well. You took 2 lives. I get it. My sister's real emotional about it because she's going through the grieving process. Me, I'm going to speak about it from a spiritual standpoint. The truth be told, and I hope you did, I hope you found an authentic relationship with God. Truth be told, we'll never know. Of course, you can say whatever you want to say inside of a parole hearing, which, by the way, we shouldn't even be having. Because to be honest with you, I figured you were already dead. That's how I was able to move forward. That's how I was able to live and become a better person, because I thought you were gone already. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I ain't going to lie to you at all. And I hope you take this to heart. My only question that I have for you, I'm not going to ask about what you're going to do outside, because that's irrelevant to me. What God decides to do with this parole, between the parole board and God, has nothing to do with me. Whether you get released or you don't, doesn't matter to me. Because I've already, like my sister said, I've already forgiven you for it. And I ain't going to hold no grudge against you because I don't have a space in me for it. Right? Me holding the grudge against you, being pissed off about what happened over 30 years ago, I ain't even got the space for that. I'm a father. I'm a husband. I have things to do. I have families to take care of. I have children to raise to make sure they don't end up in prison like you. I have children to make them mindful, beautiful, wonderful, respectful women and men that come out to society and be a productive part of society. That's my job. I got to carry that legacy on because my brother didn't get the opportunity to do it, nor did Erica. Right? That is what is at question right now. So here's my question. The only question I have for you is, what will you do with the life you have if they don't let you out? Not if you do. Will you then, you say you have to do natural life, which technically you should be doing, right? Life without the possibility of growth. If you've never seen outside again, never seen outside again, would you still be doing all these programs? All the programs that you're doing are not to help other people. They're to help yourself so that you can acclimate back into society. You want to be a CDL driver. Your job is irrelevant. You haven't been outside in 30 years. You have no idea what it's like outside. Like the parole board was saying, fentanyl and all that, it's regular. It's out here. Weed, legalized, all that. They're saying that you might possibly have a substance abuse. Once you're an addict, you're an addict forever. That's true. That's a fact. As soon as you step outside, every temptation you can think of is out here. So what happens if you don't have an authentic relationship with God, from what I was listening to from your conversation earlier today, how you changed your statement from it was accidental, first it was purposeful, it was reckless, then it was accidental. Bro, you shot 2 people. And that taking accountability is taking accountability, bro. You killed 2 people, flat out. Whether he was on PCP, whether he was drunk, whatever the situation was, the fight, the argument, it doesn't matter. Bro, you killed 2 people. You owe for them lives and yours. So in all honesty, truth be told, whether they let you out or not, you can sing whatever song you want to try to get out of jail. But outside, without that relationship with God, without an authentic one, accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, not just Savior, Lord. Let him be your boss. And if he tells you whatever he says to do, that's what your life is now going to be consistent of. It's surrendering to the will of God, period. Nothing else to it. Ain't got nothing to do with no CDL. Ain't got nothing to do with no job. Ain't got nothing to do with no outside. Ain't got nothing to do with no mentoring, because you're not going to be successful at none of that until you take direction from the one God. Until you take direction, until you accept Jesus Christ for who he is, then you can get true healing. Then your life will be worth something. Because the truth be told, the only person that's paid for your life that you're currently breathing in right now is Christ on the cross. So you still owe for that. And until you accept his will, purpose, and plan for your life, and start bearing the fruit of the God that I serve, and the God that my sister serves, and the God that my brother serves, that's the only true way you can get redempted. Because that's the only one who paid the price for it. So I hope you take this to heart. Parole board, whatever you guys decide to do, I just pray that you decide to do it in a manner that is right. Justice for me ain't being served by y'all anyway. Justice for me is served by Christ. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Good morning, board.
Good morning.
My name is Tanisha McMillan. I am the youngest sibling. I was 7 years old in 1995. I don't remember much, but I do remember how James made me feel included and accepted among my siblings. When he was taken, I quickly had to get accustomed to dysfunctional and broken. To me, James was the glue to the mix of siblings and who made everything appear picture perfect to me being the youngest sibling. Once he left, there was a huge shift among the siblings, and I immediately felt ostracized. As I grew up, I saw the toll his absence took, and we became even more divided. The toll it took on my father, words cannot describe. My father passed away in 2011, 13 years ago, and that was it, nothing to hold the McMillans together. As you can see, I have not mentioned the word family, because my idea of a family is what I was forced to grow up with, and I know that idea would have been different if James wasn't taken away. It's a different hurt that I feel today, because it feels like reliving everything all over again and feeling and thinking about how things could have been different with the McMillans functioning like a family. How I could actually not have a divided family where we share the same last name with. James doesn't get to enjoy life today. He doesn't get to enjoy family and create a family of his own. I'm sorry and sad to say, Mr. Fernandes, you do not get to enjoy that either. I understand we are human beings and people make mistakes, but we have a system in place to uphold justice and enforce accountability by law. I do not feel justice would be rightfully upheld releasing Mr. Fernandes on parole today. And I thank you for allowing us and my other siblings to speak today.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be reading two statements. The first one reads like this. Dear members of the Parole Board, I am writing to you today with a heavy heart, urging you to deny parole to Joseph Fernandes, the individual responsible for the brutal and senseless murder of James McMillian and his beloved girlfriend, Erica McGilvery, on April of 1995. It has been nearly 30 years since that tragic day, but for our family, the pain and devastation have never faded. James and Erica were young, full of life, and had bright futures ahead of them. They were taken from us in an act of unthinkable violence, a crime so horrific that it has left an irreparable void in the lives of those who loved them. Our family was forever changed, and the trauma we endured continues to haunt us to this day. We live with the pain every single day. This loss was not just ours, it was a loss to their friends, their community, and to the futures they never got to live. Birthdays, anniversaries, holidays, all of these are constant reminders of what was stolen from us. There is no parole from this grief, no relief from the sorrow we carry. If Mr. Fernandes is granted parole, it would send the message that the lives of James and Erica's were disposable, that justice is fleeting, and that the suffering of our family does not matter. Beyond our grief, there is also the concern for public safety. The nature of the crime was deliberate, merciless, and deeply disturbing. Someone capable of such violence does not change overnight. The risk remains that another innocent life could be taken if this individual is released. We trusted the justice system to hold Mr. Fernandes accountable, and a life sentence was imposed for a reason. Granting parole would undermine that justice and dishonor the memory of those who were taken too soon. We, the surviving family and friends, will never get a second chance with our loved ones. We are forced to live with this loss for the rest of our lives, and Mr. Fernandes should be required to do the same. I respectfully ask that you consider our unwavering pain, our loss, and our continued suffering when making your decision. Please deny parole and ensure that Joseph Fernandes remains behind bars where he belongs. Thank you for your time and commitment to the justice. Sincerely, Erica Thomas. Dear board members, receiving a letter from the state of Connecticut informing me that a man that was supposed to have life in prison without parole is now up for parole has been jarring. It brought up feelings my family and I had buried in an undesirable way. I am writing on behalf of myself and my family to express our strong opposition to the parole of Joseph Fernandes, inmate number 238390. We believe that granting parole at any time would diminish the severity of the malicious murders for which he was convicted. I was a teenager when I watched my sister leave for a fun evening with her boyfriend, only to be told the next morning that they had been murdered. My mother went to identify her and returned with bloody personal artifacts that will forever be etched in my mind. The room we shared was now hollow and empty. I would sleep for hours to escape from reality. The depression we all suffered was unsurmountable. I was still a teenager when I swore in to testify as a witness to recount what I saw that evening. My parents shielded me from attending the whole trial, but shared that this felon showed no remorse. When asked why he shot my sister, the response was, "I don't know." The trauma and grief have never left us. It continued to eat away at my father specifically until he passed away 3 years later. Not only has my immediate family been affected, but also my grandparents, aunts, uncles, cousins, friends, and other relationships. When this letter arrived, I contacted our victim advocate and she let me know a new law was passed. A new law was passed where convictions of felons under the age of 21 are now eligible for parole. That does not feel like justice to us. He physically took 3 lives, James and Erica and himself. He then caused a ripple of collateral damage to countless other lives. Has he shown remorse now? Does that matter? The impact of his crimes is profound and lasting for us all. Concerns regarding Joseph Fernandes, inmate number 238390, potential parole include lack of demonstrated rehabilitation. He may have participated in certain programs within the correctional facility, but we have serious doubts about the sincerity and effectiveness of any supposed rehabilitation. Simply completing programs does not guarantee a change in behavior. Continued risk to public and personal safety. The premeditated nature of the crimes he committed gives us reason to believe that granting him parole would place the community and us at an unacceptable risk of reoffending. Severity of the crime. He ruthlessly shot them from the back seat. There was no self-defense. There was nothing but evil and anger. Granting parole at this stage would again diminish the seriousness of these offenses and fail to provide adequate justice for James, Erica, our families, and friends. Victim impact. We continue to suffer from deep emotional distress due to the loss of Erica. It was a severe disruption to our family and was the catalyst for many more changes to include physical and emotional trauma throughout the years. Our voices should be considered in this decision. Lack of a viable re-entry plan. We're not confident that someone capable of committing these crimes will have the ability to successfully reintegrate into society. We have not been presented with any evidence of a stable support system, employment opportunities, or a realistic plan to address the underlying issues that contributed to his criminal behavior. Therefore, we respectfully request that the parole board denies the parole for Joseph Fernandes, inmate number 238390. Continued incarceration is necessary to protect the public, us, and uphold the principles of justice. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Nicole McGilvery. Madam Chair and board members, this is all that I have for this case. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will afford each of the attorneys an opportunity to speak and make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Formicella. If you have any comments or statements you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, members of the Board of Pardons and Parole. As I say at many of these meetings, the impact of the victims' families, tremendous in all of these cases, and giving them deference to their thoughts and their opinions is important when considering what to do with a given case, and knowing that nothing that happens today or in the future will take away the pain of those victims and the other victims who did not participate here today. I'd like to begin by stating that Mr. Fernandes has begun an important journey in his rehabilitation. He's completed a number of programs, including Tier 2, Voices, Smart Recovery. He's involved in Alcohol Anonymous. He's involved in the Pell program, improving his education. And these are all admirable achievements by Mr. Fernandes. Also, his work in the hospice unit and working with the COVID-19 cleaning committee is incredibly important, and Mr. Fernandes should be proud of his involvement in those endeavors and learning empathy for his fellow inmates as well as other members of our society. And I hope that Mr. Fernandes continues that behavior throughout the duration of his period of incarceration, whatever the board deems appropriate. I'd also like to say that endeavoring to receive his CDL license is an appropriate plan or part of a plan if he were to be released, as well as mentoring youth who come from a similar background as Mr. Fernandes. All of these traits are admirable, and Mr. Fernandes should be proud of the work that he's begun to do on himself. There are concerns from the Office of the State's Attorney as to early release, however. And I'll first begin with the facts of the case, in which two individuals were shot in the head and killed on the day of April 28, 1995. The 30-year anniversary is just over a month away. There was a lot of discussion here today about whether or not the conduct that day was accidental or reckless. I would submit to the board that it was intentional. It was more serious, and that is why Mr. Fernandes was punished with the most serious period of incarceration that the state of Connecticut has to offer, which was imprisonment without the possibility of release. I would say there are concerns regarding Mr. Fernandes's recitation of the facts and what the facts were found by the jury. There seemed to be some indication of victim blaming. There seems to be some inconsistency as to whether or not Mr. Fernandes was threatened earlier through the schools and him hearing a rumor that one of the victims, Mr. McMillan, was going to attack him and or shoot up him in his house. However, he gets in the back seat of the car with Mr. McMillan that day because he was not feeling well and needed a ride. I would say some of those statements seemed inconsistent. I would say that a lot of the altercation that day seemed to be placed on Mr. McMillan that day, and that is concerning. I don't believe that Mr. Fernandes doesn't take responsibility for what he did that day. I believe he said that he takes responsibility. He feels remorseful that day. However, the way in which it was presented here today, there does seem some indication that Mr. McMillan had some part in his death when he was shot from the back seat of the car in the head, as well as the other victim, Erica, who had no involvement in any type of aggressive actions against Mr. Fernandes at any point, and was again likewise shot and killed that evening. The state has the same concerns that were expressed during questioning by the board, that while it is excellent that Mr. Fernandes is engaging in programs now and more recently, those are more recent programs. That's not to say that he did not complete programs or complete his GED prior, but these are recent programs and that Mr. Fernandes will likely need to continue to work on himself if he were to receive any type of relief. I would also say that through questioning of Board Member Pohl and Board Member Chance regarding substance abuse treatment, that again, it is a lifelong addiction and needs lifelong solutions to prevent any type of relapse. However, it is a little bit concerning that the substance abuse treatment, or rather acknowledgement of the substance abuse problem at the time of the shooting of both of the victims, that Mr. Fernandes cites the use of PCP and then while as drinking, and then it was just mentioned to the parole officer as well as the board most recently that he would have a problem with substance abuse. I'm not certain that this recent acknowledgement is enough for the board to find that Mr. Fernandes has acknowledged any type of substance abuse treatment, that his need for substance abuse treatment, and that further work in this area would be necessary. And so I would ask the board to consider the seriousness of the offense. In this case, I would ask the board consider the only recent completion of the programming, as well as only recent acknowledgement of substance abuse issues, as well as Mr. Fernandes's statements relating to the incident of crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Parmicello. At this time, Attorney Guerrero, if you have any remarks you would like to make, you may do so now.
Attorney Capetta is going to be the one making remarks today. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the board for their time and consideration of Joe's parole eligibility. Before I start with my prepared statement, I do just want to respond to the state's attorneys as far as there being some victim blaming. In the almost year that I have gotten to know Joe, he has never blamed the victims. And in his statement, I think what he was trying to do was just explain, the full story of what occurred and what led up to April 28th, 1995. And I think he just wanted to be transparent, not only for the board, but for the victims' families as well. Now, the board did receive our social narrative, and in that social narrative that you had the opportunity to read Joe's what-if statements. Joe's what-if statements had me thinking about my own what-if scenario and alternate endings for Joe. So the date's April 28th, 1995. After school, Joseph goes to his friend Derek's house, along with a group of friends. Some friends are smoking PCP-laced weed. When it's passed to Joe, instead of taking a turn, he decides to pass. Later on that evening, he's tired, he decides to leave Derek's house. As he's walking home, he approaches Crossroads Pizza and spots James' car parked in front of the restaurant. He asks James for a ride home. James agrees and says he can take him as far as his next delivery stop. Joe confronts James about the rumors he's hearing. James says they have no beef. Clear-minded and sober, Joe decides to take his word for it and squash the beef. He realizes whatever disagreement they have is not worth it. James picks up Erica. James then arrives at his delivery location. Joe exits the vehicle and walks home the remainder of the way. He goes to bed and wakes up the next morning, eats breakfast while his grandmother reads the news, or rather lack of news. This version of Joe, mature, wise, one who had the ability to think things through, one who had impulse control, one who had a fully developed brain, didn't exist 30 years ago. The Joe that existed 30 years ago was only 18 years old. He lacked the tools to rationalize like the one in my alternate scenario. However, I can sit here before the board and confidently state that the Joe you heard from, the Joe that I have gotten to know over the past 11 months, is a man who is mature, intelligent, wise, and evolved. His DOC record is a testament to his growth from a youth to a man. Joe has spent the past 30 years not only paying for the crimes he's committed, but also working on himself. He not only earned his GED and is currently working towards his college degree, but he's taken advantage of numerous programs offered by DOC, even before Public Act 23-169 came to be. He would have taken more but for his level 4 status. He went beyond learning to mentoring and facilitating groups. On top of that, he's taken on various employment opportunities. He has even volunteered as a hospice worker, which is reflective of the person Joe has become. From mentoring younger inmates to sitting by those who are in their final stages of life, Joe is there to lend a helping hand and be there for those during their time of need. Joe has gone from a follower to a leader to a mentor. It comes as no surprise that if released, he will continue to impact others and guide the younger generation to make better choices than he did. He knows better than most how one decision can derail the rest of your life. Myself and Attorney Guerrero are juvenile public defenders, and we understand more than most how the youth we work with can benefit from the mentorship and advice Joe can offer. His story and evolution can make a difference in many lives. Without a doubt, he has more value in the community than he is behind bars. When I think of Joe, I see an individual who is remorseful, rehabilitated, and redeemable. From the very first time I met Joe, he was honest about his role that fateful day in 1995. While shedding tears, he stated this never should have happened. He continued to express his remorse every other time I visited him, every other time Attorney Guerrero visited him, and every other time Social Worker Mako visited him. You know, regardless of the language that he's used, he has held himself accountable, and he is very sorry for what he did 30 years ago. In addition to his remorse, I also see someone who was reformed. Joe took advantage of the opportunities available during incarceration. While many others in his shoes would have given up with his life sentence, he chose to keep going by furthering his education, gaining new skills, mentoring others, all tools that he has added to his toolbox. If granted parole, Joe has all these tools that he can utilize when facing the life issues that will inevitably arise. Joe does not need to be another life lost. When we think about the reasons and purposes of sentencing and punishment, two theories come to mind: incapacitation and rehabilitation. Joe's been incarcerated since he was 18 and 77 days old. In 1 month's time, he will have completed 30 years of incarceration. This is a significant period of time. He has spent 62% of his life behind bars. The primary purpose of incapacitation is to remove one from society. And although Joe has been away from so long, he has not lost sight of the concept of rehabilitation. Joe is the quintessential example of rehabilitation. As I stated earlier, his DOC record is evidence of reform. His educational achievements, his completion of programs, including Tier 2 to address substance abuse issues. He also attends AA, something which he's committed to do if released. And I know that, the board and even the state attorney might have suggested that he minimized his substance abuse issues. Joe has always talked about that in the past, 11 months that we've gotten to know him. He understands the importance of maintaining his sobriety. He will continue with AA and NA. He also has a great family support who can help him if he is ever feeling a moment of weakness. The board also received an offender work performance written by Lieutenant Perez, which perfectly sums up the person that Joe has become while incarcerated. And if I could just quote a couple of sentences, Lieutenant Perez says Joe has always displayed a positive attitude, demeanor with staff and supervisors alike. He can be counted to complete various tasks outside of his current job assignments. His dedication to consistent hard work was of great value to the facility during the COVID pandemic. Inmate Fernandes has proven to have changed his attitude and outlook at life. He's looked upon as a mentor among his fellow peers. He's an asset to this facility by his work ethic and the guidance he is willing to take on with new commits. He has taken advantage of his incarceration. It's also important to know that Joe has only received 7 disciplinary tickets, a majority taking place when he was under 22 years of age, and the last being 10 years ago. More importantly, none of these tickets were violent in nature. And finally, it's worth mentioning that Joe's life without parole sentence was mandated by statute at the time. The judge did not have discretion in how he sentenced Joe. The judge could not consider factors that a judge today could and must consider. Based on his impeccable record, myself, Attorney Guerrero, and Social Worker Mako do not believe Joe will reoffend. We truly believe he will become a productive member of society and that add value to others' lives. I urge the board to consider the reasons stated above, in addition to Joe's reentry plan and his letters of support. And I respectfully ask the board to give Joe the opportunity of parole. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to thank, of course, the victims' family members for their brave presentation here today, and the attorneys and social worker for their input today. At this point, Mr. Fernandes, the panel will discuss your case in deliberation, and we will come back to you shortly with our decision. Mr. Pohl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the input from the victims in this case. Mr. McMillan's older sister grace there, you know? And, you know, when she spoke, she understands her role and she has forgiveness. However, she wants to ensure that Mr. Fernandes is doing the right thing, you know? And so as I look at this, certainly this is a case of capital murder, and the sentence was not something that the judge had a decision in. It's something that he had to impose. The tools in this case, assessments rate out Mr. Fernandes as low when it comes to concern about reoffending. He has no criminal history. He has come in and he has earned his high school diploma. In the facility, he has recently engaged in the Second Chance Pell program, and part of his release plan is to continue on for a bachelor's degree. When it comes to programming early on, and I understand it. I mean, we've dealt with this several times. It's you know, when you have people incarcerated, the people who are up front and are closest to being released are the ones who are given priority when it comes to programming. However, that's not the case with the alternatives to violence program, you know, where it's a voluntary program, and Mr. Fernandes engaged in that program. Not only the basic, but then took the advanced program, and he became a mentor. And by his estimate, some 40 inmates had taken that program when he went through, when he was doing his co-facilitation. And it's important to understand that because we're doing that, you know, there's no way to measure. But if you're taking anti-violence programs that are giving people alternatives when it comes to violence, you know, how many people aren't going to get hurt because they go through that program, you know? So his actions were in the right place as early as they could possibly be. He engaged in hospice training and hospice care, and served 5 people to help them with their final journey. And certainly that program is something, as I said during my remarks, is you can't do hospice without it changing just your reflection on life and the meaning of it. Taking a great deal of programming that deal with thinking. Although, you know, Attorney Formicella brought forward that the programming is recent, but much of that program is recent. You know, and again, it has to do with the ability to take the programming, or when you can get into it. His disciplinary reports, none of which are violent in nature, and the last one having to deal with bartering or trading for something which is not allowed in DOC. you know, that's an important thing to look at. His work record, you know, his recent and all along the way evaluations on that show excellent. He's connected with wants to connect with the merge, next level of empowerment for housing, Norman Gaines program script, and as you pointed out, many in court letters, and you know, Attorney Capetta pointed out the letter from Lieutenant Perez. There's also a letter in there from C.O. Sherman. And these are the people that have the greatest understanding of how Mr. Fernandes conducts himself on a daily basis. He has a good plan. You know, he when it comes to substance use, I heard what Attorney Capetta said, but I also heard what Attorney Formica said. I am not concerned that Mr. Fernandes is going to use again. I'm concerned that the connections, and when I asked a couple of times about people, places, and things, right? Because that's, you know, that's the lingo in the recovery world. You know, what exactly is going to be there, right? Because that connection with other people, and you know, oftentimes recovery coach, things like that in the community are there so that you know, as you make a transition, you know, Mr. Fernandes, the last time that he was in the community, took 2 lives. You know, and so as we place or contemplate placing Mr. Fernandes back into the community, he's going back to a community that the last time he was there, that's what he did. And the tools that are necessary to be there so that he can have the best possible chance, you know, are very important. I believe that in Mr. Fernandez's future, he would absolutely be suitable for parole. I'm just in a place where I would like to see a little bit more work when it comes to setting up a recovery plan that actually speaks to what we're going to do when we're in the community. And then the programming that he has happening, he's got positive stuff going on. He's 33 credits into a associate's degree in business. I just think it's some time. As where we are right now, it's 29 years on a capital murder case. And the Assistant State's Attorney Formicella's summation there, he's begun his journey. He's begun a very important journey. And I think the day will come when he comes out and has impact. And the last thing I want to say is, understand also that with what the victims had to say, right? There are people with Mr. Fernandez's background in the community that are positively impacting our cities because they're working in programs like Mr. Fernandes has pointed to. Because kids in the community, kids that were Mr. Fernandes 30 years ago, who are they going to listen to? People who know where they are and what they're talking about. So for me, I appreciate all of the work that Mr. Fernandes continues to do. And although today I don't think it's time, I think that in the not too distant future, it would be time for Mr. Fernandes to go out and make a positive impact.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So I think you covered it all, basically. You know, we have to remember here that this was a life sentence without the possibility of parole. And our legislature has recognized that offenders in their youth, who commit their crimes in their youth, are less culpable compared to adults who commit these types of crimes. So he now has the opportunity to parole when there wasn't this option. There was no out for him prior to this public act passing. I agree with you. I think he is on a journey. He has grown. He has matured. I certainly do not believe that he's the same person that he was at 18 years old. And I'm certainly not willing to deny parole forever. Right? I do think that there is more time needed to continue with his rehabilitative efforts and education and work, and I certainly would be willing to rehear this case. As hard as that is for the victims to have to come and do this again, I think at this point, I agree. There's more work to be done, but Mr. Fernandes certainly should not be denied for the rest of his life. So we'll talk about when to bring him back, but we'll hear from Ms. Chance first.
Well, I agree with what both of you have shared, and my area of concern, Mr. Pohl touched on it and elaborated on it, and it has to do with his journey on the road to being back in the community, but just wanting to ensure that that particular piece of support that's missing is in place. So that's all I have. And just to express that, I think, you know, even when we do a rehear, the family of the male victim, I think, would support what we do based on, you know, what they have indicated, especially the older sister who is a surgeon. And so I feel giving him some more time to complete his recovery plan is appropriate.
Okay, what are your thoughts on a rehear date?
I mean, his programming, you know, it appears to be 2022, 2023. So it's, if we went with a rehear in 2028, it's 5 years after the completion of his programming. That was something that Attorney Formicello was pointing at. You know, that he's begun the important journey, but the recentness. So I'm
3 years, yeah. What are your thoughts, Ms. Chance?
I would be okay with that, 3 years.
Reasons, of course, the injury and impact to the victims and the victim's family. say nature and circumstance. I mean, the others don't really apply here. What are your thoughts?
It's not that the only other one that I considered was the inadequate release plan, because that's the area that he needs to work on, but I don't know.
I mean,
He
he's
has a good one,
Yeah,
but there's an area there that's.
yeah. All right. Okay, 3 years, we're in March 2028. Okay, in the matter of Joseph Fernandes, MA number 238390, I'll make a motion to deny parole at this time, but we'll rehear the case in March of 2028. Reasons for denial are the nature and circumstance of the offense and injury and impact to the victims and the victims' families, and the panel would recommend that you continue with programming and education and avoid any further disciplinary reports. Is there a second to the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, Mr. Fernandez, do you understand what we did here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we'll see you in 3 years, and we'll ask you to continue with your efforts. Okay, we wish you the best. Thank you, everyone, for your participation here today.
This concludes the Public Act 23-169. Joseph Fernandes, in the number 238390. It's 10:55.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 11 for the next case.
Okay.
Officer Wengersman, we do have Attorney Gatto connected now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I apologize. This is Attorney Gatto.
That's okay. It's no problem. We'll get started shortly.
Maybe.
Mr. Abreu, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, I can.
All right, just give me one moment. We're gonna get started shortly. Sorry for the delay.
Sure. That's fine.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Wangersman. Today is Thursday, March 20th, 2025. And this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. For the record, Mr. Abreu, the state of Connecticut, passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished abilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning, and I stated their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, sir. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good morning, Mike Pohl.
Good morning, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance this morning, we have Attorney Alyssa Gatto. Attorney Gatto, if you can please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, good morning. Alyssa Gatto. My juris number is 441464. The business address is 30 East Main Street, Avon, Connecticut, 06001. And I want to apologize. I was not able to, the link won't work on my computer, so I'm joining through phone.
No problem. Thank you very much. Also present, we have the state's attorney, Joy Gary. Attorney Gary, if you can also please do the same, state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, good morning, members of the board. Assistant State's Attorney Joy Gary. Juris number is 439493. I'm at the Waterbury State's Attorney's Office, 400 Grand Street, Waterbury, 606702.
Thank you, Attorney Gary. Also present this morning, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Abreu, if you can please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Hi, my name is Rafael, Rafael, Abreu, Abreu, and my inmate number is 305514.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. If you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panelists' time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Abreu, do you have any questions?
No, I'm fine.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Please, thank you. Yes.
Thank you. So as previously indicated, it's the Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Rafael Abreu, inmate number 305514. Mr. Abreu is serving a sentence of 30 years flat with no probation to follow for manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed alternatives to violence basic and voices. And he has also obtained his GED. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Abreu, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Okay, I believe that, I wish I had the brain that I have today 20 years ago because, my reckless action has caused me this situation. I'm very, very sorry for this unfortunate situation and the reason why we're here today. And I take very serious my life and things that I do and my decisions. I make a lot better decisions today. And that's how I feel today. I feel that, back then my decisions weren't like how I think today, the person that I am today and, grown and more mature. And I wanted to say, I would like to start saying by how deeply sorry I am and, for the death of Mr. Martinez. I want to apologize to
victim's family. I pray one day that they can forgive me for the situation, and I'm very sorry for it, and I accept full responsibility for everything that I've done, everything that's been going on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your statement, sir. This panel has reviewed your case extensively, from your police report and court transcripts, your entire record with the Department of Correction, as well as a summary provided by our parole officer, the packet of information provided by Attorney Gatto, and the assessment by Dr. Hall. We're very well versed in your case, sir. We do have some additional questions for you. And when we're done with our questions, we'll ask the Office of Victim Services to provide input from any family members of the victim. And your attorney and the state's attorney will have the opportunity to speak as well. When all is done, we'll deliberate, discuss your case amongst ourselves, and give you our decision here today. Okay?
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Okay, so let's proceed. Abreu, is that how I say your name, sir?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Abreu. So, I mean, this is just senseless. Horrible tragedy for everyone involved, but obviously a life was lost here. I don't want to retry the case, but I do want to talk to you a little bit about what was going on. So there was a prior dispute, right, where you were jumped. Why? Can you tell us why?
There was a guy when we was at the bar that he was hitting on my boy's girl that was with me, that we was there together.
Okay, so that's how you got involved in the dispute prior?
Yes.
And
Yep.
this was like, what was it, like a week prior?
2 weeks roughly. About two.
Okay, about 2 weeks prior. So then you go back out and you go to the bar and you bring a gun to the bar. Why?
Well, the gun was in the car, and it was because the reason of how I felt after those guys had beat me up with the bottles, I felt then like how I felt that I was scared. I was like, and because of how I knew because usually when the people that I used to hang out with out there, in the areas that I was, it was a little bit rough, and I felt like I was somewhat in danger.
Okay, why go out if you think you're in danger? Then you have to bring a gun out with you.
My boy, he came to get me at the house or whatever, and I thought, I was like, if he's here, and I didn't want to make him waste his time at that time, and I went out with him. Somewhat, I could say that I felt like it was a little bit of pressure of like going out with him.
Okay. So, all right. Okay. Peer pressure. So you left the gun in the car, and then you see that they're there, the victim and friends.
Yes.
So the prior dispute, was it the victim who hit you with the bottle?
Yeah. Yep.
He himself, not one of his friends.
Well, it was more than one person though.
Right.
It was him and others. Yeah.
Okay. Was there a police report filed from that prior incident?
No, there was not. I don't think there was.
Why didn't you call the police if you were assaulted?
Because I went home, and then the stigma of back then, I'm not sure about now, that if you tell on people and stuff like that, that gets you more in trouble and more danger. And I felt that if I was to do that, how the code of, they say, oh, he's a snitch and stuff like that, and I don't want to put myself where my name is going to be like that, and it make the situation worse.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So you see that they're there, and you go to the car to get the gun.
No, I left. I went to leave,
right.
And they came after me. They because I went to the car to leave, and then I was waiting on the guy because he's the driver. He was I was with him with Elvis, and then when I turned around, I see that Mr. Martinez was coming or whatever. So now I'm thinking like I really get scared because I'm thinking like I'm going to leave, and you still like bringing the situation onto me, and that's when I went to reach for the gun.
But you couldn't leave.
Because Elvis,
you were not the driver. Okay.
No, I was not yet.
Did the victim have a gun?
I can't say. He didn't display it to me. I didn't see it at that time.
Right.
I can't really say.
Okay. So you pull out the gun, you point it at him, and he keeps walking towards you?
Yes. I fired a couple shots actually before he even got too closer.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe he didn't believe that you would shoot him. Okay. All right. Well, ultimately, you killed the victim, right?
Yes.
And then you went to jury trial. Why'd you go to trial?
The offer wasn't something that, you know, I didn't
What was
feel
the
that
offer?
it was 50 years.
50 years. Okay. For murder. And then you were convicted of manslaughter first at 38 years.
Yes.
Last year, you got a sentence modification that reduced it by 8 years to 30 years, right?
Yes.
What was the basis of your sentence modification?
Almost like how we're here today, you know, my behavior and length of sentence and everything that's been going on around, like the COVID and numerous things that were playing out during my incarceration.
The behavior?
Well, no, not so much behavior, but like meaning, like, you know, that I've been doing better, you know, that I've been trying to better myself and stuff like that. And
I mean, I would understand length of sentence. Behavior, I could certainly not understand, or maybe COVID, although COVID's over. I mean, it's part of our everyday life. Okay. All right. But in any event, you 8 years were taken off. So now you're down to 30 years. And initially you told our officer you didn't think your sentence was fair. What were you thinking when you made that statement?
so I'm glad you asked me because I was interacting with Miss Wengersman, you know, in like how we're talking right now, and then she asked me that, but it was like a blank of like meaning I wasn't thinking, we wasn't talking directly how I would think, like, because I wrote her request after that, you know, I don't know if she submitted
I know,
it.
yeah, we saw it.
And I told her because at that point she asked me, you know, you think if your sentence was fair? And I'm thinking that we're talking like in general because of this, like, you know, I've been in prison a little while and I've seen the sentences some guys get and stuff like that. And
You were comparing your sentence to other people with manslaughter convictions?
Yeah, in actual,
Okay.
even with murder or stuff like that.
Well, murder less than 30 years?
Yeah,
I don't know about that.
I have seen some guys, you know, with 25 and 30 years. Well, at that time, you know, I felt like when I had got to 38, I seen guys with less than 38 for me.
Well, she interviewed you after your sentence modification, so you were 30 at the time.
Yes.
Okay.
I still, yes.
All right, but that gives me a little better understanding because you were comparing yourself to other manslaughter cases. All right.
Yes.
But then you recognize that 30 years really is fair for taking someone's life, right?
Yes. It dawned on me as soon as I left her office, and I was thinking, I'm like, well, that's not really me. The person that I am today, this is, you know, there's no sentence that could replace a human life.
Yeah. Well, and on top of that sentence modification, you were earning rec credits, right?
I was. The law had changed a few years back. Something happened with the manslaughter, and they ended up taking it back from me again.
Well, they didn't take all of it. You earned some.
Oh yeah, no, I have an amount. I have
you earned some rec, and did you lose any with all the tickets you got?
Yeah, I did. Like, it's still because it was about a year, and I had only caught like maybe like 5 to 7 tickets after I had earned it.
Okay, so let's talk about your tickets because it's very concerning to me that someone who comes to prison for manslaughter first with a firearm, and wants to do better, right? You want to do better and you want to go home because you're asking for parole. Why would someone in your situation receive 28 disciplinary reports? And I mean, I listed them all out, but some serious disciplinary reports that would cause concern when we're considering releasing you back out into the community.
Okay. My first 5 years, I'm not gonna lie, it was really rough. Majority, if you really do a background or caught, then through the other years, it's like the most recent one, the last one, I was talking with Miss Wengersman. It was because I didn't have the ID at the door, and the lady thought I had flicked her off, but I was just telling her to please wait a minute or whatever. So sometimes like it feels like the atmosphere, it doesn't play. I'm not downplaying the situation, just it doesn't play in our favor a little bit as prisoners and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Not that I'm not accepting responsibility, you know what I'm saying, but I see it as like, you know, if the officer is having a bad day that day, you know, any little opposition with any situation, you know, it's not going to play out all right. You know what I mean? And but I apologize to the lady on that last ticket last year. You know what I mean? It was.
Well, and you know, I'm not going to go for ticket, but threatening staff at DOC is certainly concerning. Using drugs in the facility is definitely concerning.
Yes,
why
because
would you make that choice?
When COVID had came, I was really, it really dawned on me a lot of things. Like some of my friends had died during COVID, and I couldn't see my family, and I felt trapped. I felt like, you know, and some of the guys that were around me, like, again, you know, a little bit of the peer pressure, I want to say, that were like drinking and stuff like that, you know, I kind of got involved in it. Shouldn't have, I agree, you know what I mean? But I've been clean for 2 years now, and, you know, I'm actually happy about that because it opened my eyes to see that, you know, that's not the person that I am. I don't like that. I don't like to live like that.
So what's your sober date?
2 years.
I'm going to need a date because it hasn't been 2 years since you refused to give them a specimen last.
Oh, that day I was telling Ms. Weatherby is because I suffer from low iron and stuff like that. So if when I'm tired, because I guess low iron causes me to be really, really tired at times. And so that day, that was actually like 2 years ago, actually, that ticket there.
It wasn't. It was a year and a half.
A year and a half, yeah. And
yeah.
So you know, they were searching the cell and stuff like that, and I felt like, you know, it was one of the moments where you know, and I was tired though. I was actually having one of them situations where I was feeling tired or whatever. So long story short, they ended up taking me to SEG or whatever because he thought that I was intoxicated and stuff like that, and you know, it played out bad because I was my mood swing at that time because of how I was feeling about my medical situation, you know, and that's what happened with that situation.
Well, why didn't you just give a urine sample?
Once I got to SEG, I just wanted to lay down. I'm like, I lay down and, you know, I didn't look at the door no more and stuff like that. I was just, you know,
But do you know what it means to a parole board when we hear that you're refusing to give up a urine sample? Do you know what that means to us? That you're using.
Using, yes.
Yeah.
I understand. Yes.
Common sense, but that's our logic. All right. You got your GED. Congratulations on your GED.
Thank you.
You really haven't taken many programs. Why not?
In the past few years, it's been difficult a little bit. I'm on the list right now. I've been waiting to go to this new one that they just signed up. It's been difficult because of DOC, you know, and they have a lot of guys in this prison or wherever. So I try to go to the council all the time, and you know, ever since I facilitated, and then the last time when I went to SEG or whatever, they took me off the list on certain things. So like I said, there's so many guys that are already on the list waiting and stuff like that. So I've been waiting.
I understand, but you've been in multiple facilities where they offer programs.
I've been here in the past 8 years though.
Yeah, I can see that. But you were also in Cheshire, you were in Garner. I mean, all of the facilities offer different programs. It's just surprising that you've only taken one program in 22 years.
No, I have more than one. There's a few.
Okay, what did you take? Tell us.
I took the alternative to violence.
Yeah.
Voices.
Voices. It was in your cell. You didn't go to a group. Okay.
Yeah. And,
what else?
There was a few other that I had put on there. And plus, I've been having jobs here and there, like in the past few years too. I had a server job.
Okay.
And those are the ones that I can remember for right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we have your records.
The AVP,
Yeah, you mentioned that already. Alternative to violence.
Oh, and then my religious service. My religious service that I was going to the church here, the chaplain's discussion. and a few other ones that when I go to those church services, and usually we get certificates through that too. And I facilitated
I don't know.
when I was
I don't know that
when I
I
was
consider church service a program. It's good for you. That's great, but go ahead.
when I was in Garner, I facilitated for 2 years over there, and after I got my GED, it was more of like the timing of how I, like, once I was doing my schoolwork and stuff like that, and I was getting more involved, and I was like there mentally and stuff, and then
You got your GED 17 years ago.
yeah, and those were the years where I facilitated a couple years after.
Facilitated what?
The for other kids to get their GED, other guys to get their GED.
Oh, I see. You were tutoring?
Tutoring, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Understood. All right, tell us about the jobs that you've held.
I've had the server job, the last job I had here. And,
How long did you do that for?
I did that for 4 years.
Wait a minute. Are you doing it now? Are you still working now?
No, right now I haven't. No.
Why?
In the past 2 years, I haven't had a job because I've been waiting on the list. That's what I was
Why were
telling
you
you.
removed from your last job? Was it because of a ticket?
Yeah, because of the ticket.
Right. Yep, those tickets will definitely halt your progress quick.
Yes.
And I see that you were chairman a couple times, right?
Yes, yeah.
All right, we got letters of support from your family members as well. It's a tough one. It really is. And you weren't even from Connecticut, right? You were visiting Connecticut at the time of your offense?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes. Yep.
Where were you living?
I was living in Alaska.
Yeah.
Anchorage, Alaska.
And how long had you been in Connecticut?
I had been in Connecticut roughly 3 months. 3 to 4 months.
When were you planning to go back to Alaska?
I was leaving that week, actually. I believe I had a plane ticket.
Wow. All right. Okay. Well, thank you for speaking with me. I'm going to see what my colleagues have. Ms. Chance, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
So, Mr. Abreu, part of what you said is that your substance abuse score is pretty high.
Yes.
And you have not addressed that part.
The score, I'm sorry, I didn't get that last part.
The substance abuse score is a 4.
Oh, the substance abuse. Oh, I was going to AA and like I was telling the lady, Miss Jennifer, that I got removed for the ticket, my last ticket. I was going to AA, and I also facilitated on there too. That's how they call it on there. I was going to, facilitate for other guys at the AA, but for some reason,
when did you attend AA?
That was about I want to say about 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
For how long?
I went for about a year.
And so you said you used to go, but if you look at your tickets, you understand why you have you had I think you had addiction services.
Yeah, yes, I did, and that was pretty much because I only used to really drink. I never used drugs like that, so that's the one that I was always signing up for.
Yeah, well, the PSI said that you had a serious substance abuse problem.
I smoked weed here and there, but that was pretty much it, though. I wasn't really into drugs like that.
But it named, PCP, ecstasy, heroin, and cocaine. You've never taken any of those?
No, I've never used none of those drugs.
Do you think you have a problem with anger, Mr. Abreu? I know you indicated that there were instances when you were angry.
I did. I work on it very, very hard today.
Have you worked on it?
I always, before I react, I always think, and I keep to myself, like in the sense of, how is that gonna bring me to like exactly how I'm in jail and my actions. I gotta always pay attention to what actions are gonna come behind once, you know, that triggers that, because I know it's not gonna be positive. So if it's not positive, I stay away from it.
Do you think that taking an anger management program might help you?
Yes, I believe it.
Okay. So do you understand when you say you have certain issues and you're not taking programs to address it, how concerning that can be?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you know, it's obvious that you're not able to take the programs that you need because you have all these disciplinary reports.
It's all, I wanted to say that it's all in time too. Like once like the ticket clears within like a year, the programming starts coming back in effect and stuff like that. So that's why I was recently like now waiting. The counselor,
yeah, but in 2023, you have 4 tickets.
Yeah.
Then in 2022, you have 1. And, you know, the one in 22 and 2017, they were serious tickets. And so I don't know how much time you had to do when you received those 4 in 2023, because they were in the months of July and August. And then you get another ticket in July of 2024. So the tickets are preventing you from completing the programs that you need.
yes, and I wanted to say that the one from the last July, that one was cleared already in like November. So that's why the counselor, he had signed me up like December, I want to say roughly, or January, and that's what I've been waiting on right now. And because of that and the list of guys waiting too, though, that he was telling me, the counselor was telling me.
But the problem, Mr. Abreu, is you need to stop getting disciplinary reports so that you can take the programs that you need.
Yes, I agree.
And in your opening comments, you know, you said you wish you had the brains that you have today and you wish you had it 20 years ago. Well, you know, whatever corrections you think your brain needs, it's not done yet. And it's evident by your DRs. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask you, when you were a food server, how long did you do that for?
4 years?
4 years?
Yes.
And then you said shower worker. What did you do there?
I used to clean the showers after everybody was done taking a shower in the unit.
And how long did you do that for?
I did that one for about 5 years.
Why don't you have a job now?
I've been waiting. I'm on the list right now, with the last ticket cleared in November. So that's what I've been waiting on right now.
Yeah. So here's the issue here, Mr. Abreu. I think that you need to do some additional programs. And when I read your relapse prevention plan, it says that you're going to obtain your driver's license.
Yes.
But for someone who has served the amount of time that you have, you need to have a whole slew of other things that you're going to do in preparation for when you go back in the community. And I didn't see a relapse prevention plan that would say how you're gonna stay sober.
Well, I've been told that usually when you get on parole, they facilitate stuff like that. They tell you, you know, okay, because I do want to go. I would like to go to the Alcoholics Anonymous and stuff like that, and anything that has to do with that. And they give you a plan and places to go to and stuff like that.
But Mr. Abreu, part of what you should be presenting to us today should include the relapse prevention plan and a release plan so that we know whether you're suitable to go back in the community. And so you're asking to make a difficult decision when you haven't addressed all of your needs that you need to address and to show that you're suitable, and you haven't demonstrated that you're suitable today.
I mean, I want to say that because, okay, I understand the ticket things look bad, but, you know, I feel that for me personally, that I've been doing better because none of them has been anything with violent stuff, you know what I mean? And that's really what I work on. Like I was telling you, I like to work on my anger because I know I suffer from that. I got problems with that. And as long as I have that in control, I've been working a lot better. I've walked away from a lot of things that I know that, you know, outcomes could have been really bad, like, you know, my situation. And, you know, that's what I'm happy about.
Right.
And
your last threatening ticket, was that in July of 2023?
2024.
Okay, so do you agree that you need to do some more work on yourself? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions and sharing with me.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Paul.
Question, Madam Chair.
Okay, so this time I'm going to ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate input from the victim's family members. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Had the opportunity to speak with the sister of the victim, and she has asked me to read this letter on her behalf. It reads like this. Good morning, board members. I am writing to you today in opposition for the potential release of Rafael Abreu, who has been incarcerated for the tragic killing of my brother, Carlos Martinez. The pain and loss we have endured as a family are immeasurable, and I firmly believe that releasing this individual would be a disservice to both justice and society. While I acknowledge the legal framework that allows for parole consideration, I would like to highlight the profound and enduring hardship caused by the senseless act of violence that took my brother's life. The crime committed not only stripped me and my family of a beloved member, but it also inflicted an irreversible wound on our community. The court, in its sentencing, took into account the severity of the crime. This was not an isolated incident, but a deliberate and horrific act that has left a lasting scar. In weighing whether an individual should be granted parole, I urge you to consider not only the inmate's behavior while incarcerated, but also the impact of the actions on the victim's family, the broader community, and the principles of justice that parole is designed to uphold. Parole decisions should reflect the balance of rehabilitation, remorse, and the gravity of the crime committed. Mr. Abreu has not only taken away a life, but has caused irreparable damage to the lives of those who loved and depended on Carlos, my brother. The emotional, psychological, and financial toll that on our family has been devastating. We continue to struggle with grief, and the absence of my brother leaves an unfillable void. Furthermore, I implore the board to consider that releasing an individual who has committed such a heinous act before serving the full extent of their sentence undermines the public's trust in the justice system.
Are very foggy for you, Your Honor.
It sends a message that the suffering of victims and their families may not be given the weight it deserves.
Hi, Kirk. where I raised
While
my-
rehabilitation is important, it must be balanced with the need to hold individuals accountable for their actions, particularly in cases where the crime was as severe and irreversible as murder.
I've allowed my son to put a GPS
As
monitor
the
on
family of the victim, we have borne to
not because we
As the
want-
family of the victim, we have borne the unimaginable weight of this loss, and it is only right that Mr. Abreu serves the full sentence imposed by the court.
but
I respectfully ask the board to carefully consider the profound consequences of this release, the impact on my family, and the need for justice to be served in its entirety. Thank you for your time and for your consideration at this time. Sincerely, Janita. Thank you, board members. This is all that I have for this case.
Ms. Vasquez, and we thank the victim's sister for providing that statement for us.
There was multiple violations before.
If the attorney will be able to make a statement. To begin with, State's Attorney Gary, if you have any comments you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you. Yes, briefly. Good morning again, members of the board. The sentence Mr. Abreu is currently serving is appropriate for the severity of the crime he committed, and he should serve what he has remaining of his sentence. In the interest of time today, I will not state all the facts of the case since the board is already familiar and you already stated the facts, but I will note that Carlos Martinez did lose his life due to the actions of Mr. Abreu. We understand this crime was committed when Mr. Abreu was under the age of 21 and acknowledge the programs and work he has done while incarcerated, but this crime was extremely serious and violent. Mr. Abreu was convicted of manslaughter in the first degree with a firearm by a jury after trial. Although originally sentenced to 38 years, Mr. Abreu received a sentence modification, reducing his sentence by 8 years in July of last year. It took great strength for the victim's family member to provide input to us today. It is clear this crime still has a serious impact on the victim's family, and the state takes the same position as the victim's family. Given the serious nature of the conviction and the impact of these crimes on the victim, the state opposes the early release of Mr. Abreu. Nothing further. Thank you, members of the board.
Not
Thank
caring
you,
about
Attorney. Attorney Gowdy, if you have any remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
How many prosecutors are assigned?
Thank you. I'd like to thank the board members for taking the time to be present this morning and letting me, along with Mr. Abreu, make a statement. There's no denying that Mr. Abreu created one of the most terrible tragedies and caused so much pain. It's even more tragic to have happened to a 20-year-old young man. As a 20-year-old with an underdeveloped brain, Mr. Abreu lived a life of crime and violence. He was angry, lived a life based on impulses, emotions, and without considering consequences for his actions. Since that horrific time, Mr. Abreu has been forced to face the reality of what he's done. He's taken a couple DOC courses and furthered his education to develop skills that assure nothing like this will ever happen again. He no longer has that mental instability or juvenile mindset. I'll acknowledge that he did receive a substantial sentence modification a few years ago, which was talked about. However, the sentence modification won't help guide him on the outside the way that parole will. He spent more than half of his life behind bars, and he needs the guidance and resources that parole offers to support his transition. It's clear that the statement he made, from the statement he made, that he's truly remorseful for his behaviors and has changed. He now thinks before he acts, knows why he's deciding to do something before he commits to actions. As a 43-year-old man, he's matured and learned from his past. He now has goals and wishes the opportunity to be released into society with the stable support from parole and his close family members and friends. He's demonstrated substantial rehabilitation here today and also agrees to continue that journey on the outside. We respectfully request that the board grant parole for Mr. Abreu because he has a lot to offer, whether he remains in Connecticut or is deported. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those statements. Mr. Abreu, at this time, the panel is going to discuss your case. We're going to deliberate, and we will come back to you shortly with our decision, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so This 23-169 Public Act was created to reconsider juvenile sentences. And we're supposed to consider the diminished culpability of youthful offenders as opposed to adults. One of the main factors that we're tasked with considering as set by the Public Act is whether or not the offender
Allow that without.
is engaged in substantial rehabilitation. This parole board measures that by looking at programming, education, employment in the facilities, and probably most importantly, behavior, disciplinary reports.
And the supremacy of the.
In this case, we have some serious disciplinary reports, infractions that went on for his entire incarceration. They began when he came in and they ended last year.
Okay, that's all I got.
There has been substantial rehabilitation in this case. I also can't find that there's a reasonable probability that he would remain in the community without breaking the law, which is another factor that we have to consider, according to Public Act 23-169. Because if we can't behave in a secure environment, how can we do that out in the community? I just don't find that. I can appreciate that Mr. Abreu was 20 years old when he committed this horrible offense, and that he's not the same person, that he probably has matured some. And I'll give him the credit for the 2 years that he's been clean while incarcerated, but it's just not enough for us in a case like this, given the overall negative impact on the victim, the victim's family, and the community as a whole.
All of these things.
So I could not support a grant in this case today of parole. There's just not enough here. Ms. Chance, that noise is so annoying. Is the door closed in that room?
Yes, it is.
On the third.
Okay. Unfortunate. Okay, Ms. Chance, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, I agree with everything that you have said. I'm concerned about
I'd like to say is
whether Mr. Abreu has been
in the motion
rehabilitated enough that he can go out and remain without committing, and I'm not seeing that here today.
I'm hearing them anyway because the case is already.
When I read the offense, part of what Mr. Abreu said was that he was angry at the time. He has not taken that program. He denied that he had a substance abuse, but when the PSI was done, it identified several substances that Mr. Abreu was participating in while in the community, and he has not addressed that addiction services program.
Thank you very much. Just so that
his behavior in terms of the 28 disciplinary report, the most recent, which was last July.
So I appreciate that, and that's all I have.
It's part of the reason why he's not able to continue on his journey of rehabilitation. So for me, I don't find him suitable today to be returned to the community.
That is not true. That is not.
Denied today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Paul.
I agree with what you both said.
Okay.
Yes, they can do GPS drug.
All right, and he did receive 8 years off of his sentence last year and a sentence modification. I'm assuming that's due to the length of sentence. It can't possibly be due to his behavior unless the court wasn't aware of the disciplinary report, which I find hard to believe. So, okay, reasons for denial.
Nature and injury.
Inadequate evidence.
And in that, yeah.
Or institutional adjustment.
Yeah. Okay, and we're not interested in a read here in this case? Okay. All right, in the matter of Rafael Abreu, MA number 305514, I'll make a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstance of the instant offense, the injury and impact to the victim and the victim's family, poor institutional adjustment as evidenced by the disciplinary reports, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Aye. Okay, sir, we couldn't grant you parole today. We hope that you'll continue on your journey, and we wish you the best. Thank you, everyone, for your participation.
What you're saying.
This concludes the public act 23-169 hearing for Rafael Abreu, inmate number 305514, and it is 12:07.
Even stating why you. This is the threshold of my church.
Here is concluded now. You can exit the room, okay?
Where's that noise coming from?
I don't know who this person.
The background noise is the other MacDougall video room.
Allow people I don't know in there for a reason that is absolutely void of any process. There's been no trial. My son's guilty of nothing. Yet you want me to allow people into my church? Can he tell me right now that Jesus Christ is his savior and he loves me like a brother? Unfortunately, Your Honor, if this is where we go, this is where I draw a line and say, it is not happening. No one is coming in my home unless you're gonna sign a search and seizure warrant right now, and I wanna see the affidavit that you have to back it up. And this is where we have a very fundamental problem, is I am not going to allow the state into my church. There's a separation of church and state, a First Amendment clause that you can't establish a religion in my home, and a second one that says they can't stop the free exercise of money. You're making an awful lot of fundamental giant decisions with the one that you're about to make.
Just get the officer, please.
Remembering there's about 100 Supreme Court precedents.
Can you hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, can you please get the officer that's out there?
Yes.
Thank you.
They need you.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is the officer there?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, we can't see. It's only fixated on one person. I imagine there's another hearing taking place in a room like right next door from where we are.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we are hearing every single thing that is being said in the other room, and we are live streaming right now to the public. It's a little disruptive with us trying to do our hearing, and like I said, it's being live streamed, and I don't know.
Yeah.
if that's
I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can get them to tone it down.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
There's another problem right there. Am I gonna read this first or?
You're gonna introduce.
Now you're gonna detain him without the due process of law in a trial? Due to a failure to appear that was a court problem? I just want to get, well, you haven't heard all, well, the first two hearings.
I am so sorry. Can you have the officer to come back in the room because that is still very loud.
Yes, of course. One
Maybe
moment.
he didn't talk to them
Thank
yet.
you.
Maybe he didn't talk to them yet.
I appreciate that. Good. Okay.
He's going and speaking with them now.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Of course.
We're gonna get started in just a second.
Okay, he just spoke with them, so hopefully
And background here.
that
Yes,
helps.
thank you. All right, good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Wangerson. Today is Thursday, March 20th, 2025, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Gudino, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent maturity that you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon: by stating their names on the record, certifying they accept all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Zaccanini.
Good afternoon, Mike Pohl.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Also in attendance this afternoon, we have Samantha Paroles. If you could please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, one moment. My name is Samantha Purnell. I work with Kirschbaum Law Group at 935 Main Street, Level A in Manchester, Connecticut. And my juris number is, I apologize, 443922.
Thank you. Also present this afternoon, we have State's Attorney Michael Nemec. Attorney Nemec, can you also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Thank you very much, Michael Nemec. I work at 123 Hodge Street in Stamford, Connecticut. My juris number is, I had to look it up too, 434112.
Thank you very much. Also present this afternoon, we have the Office of Victim Services, Ms. Vasquez. Mr. Gudino, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Joaquin Gudino, 234706.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Gudino, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Gudino, do you have any questions?
No.
And are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
Yes.
Thank you. So as mentioned, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted today in consideration of the parole application for Joaquin Gudino, inmate number 234706. Mr. Gudino is serving a sentence of 45 years flat with no probation to follow for murder, along with sale of a controlled substance, 3 counts of failure to appear, larceny in the first, and a violation of probation with an underlying offense of sale of hallucinogen narcotics. There is victim input in this case. There's also a offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows he's completed programming such as therapy, health and wellness, voices, domestic violence, tier 2, and anger management. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the high range for recidivism. Mr. Gudino, at this time, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to thank God for this day. I also want to thank the parole board for giving me the opportunity to properly express and give a remorse to the family of the late Mr. Antonio Santinella. To the Santinella family, to his mother, father, and everyone who loves him, I'm sorry for not having the courage to apologize the first time I seen you. So I would like to apologize now. I'm sorry for causing you so much pain and hurt and grief. I think about what I did every day and pray to God that Mr. Antonio Santinella Jr.'s family is doing well and in the best of health. I'll never stop thinking about the Santinella family, and I'll never stop saying sorry. I pray to God at least 10 times a day and ask God to bless his family, the Santinella family. I'm sorry to everyone I hurt. Thank you. To the parole board, I take full responsibility for what I did, and I am sorry to everyone I hurt. I was young, reckless, and didn't have a clue about life, made all the wrong decisions. And now because of the choices I made, I will forever bear the burden of not only knowing of how I devastated and ruined so many people's lives with one bad decision, but I will almost certainly be forever judged for that decision, the absolute worst decision that I've ever made. I am here today to tell you I am not that young 19-year-old kid anymore. I've changed mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I am now 47 years old and been incarcerated for almost 29 years. And I've worked to make the necessary change to transform myself into a better, wiser, and more morally sound individual. First and foremost, I found religion. I'm a devoted Protestant. I believe in God with my whole heart. I also got help with my mental health. That helped me so much. I learned so much about myself talking to them. I also went to vocational education and completed commercial cleaning. I also did programs, anger management, where I learned how to control my anger by talking it out or to walk away from a situation to cool down. Voices, where I learned violence hurts all sides, the victim, the victim's family and loved ones, my family and community, and it goes on. Tier 2, where I learned about
all types of drugs and alcohol, the effect it has on your mind, what it does to your brain, depression, anxiety, paranoia, and it goes on. It destroys families and communities. Domestic violence courses provided me with the necessary information I need to identify an unhealthy relationship. I also had jobs as a chairman, AP room, hallway, kitchen, and painter. I also talked to younger guys in here about life and how important it is to make the right choices in life. Anytime someone wants to talk, I'll find the time. All of these programs help me to grow and mature and improve my thinking and my thinking process, develop skills and good and positive work ethic, and the know-how to incorporate good decision making. I'm asking this parole board to give me a second chance at life as an adult. I know what I did was wrong, and I am sorry for what I did. I think about Mr. Antonio Santinella Jr.'s family every day and pray to God that they're okay. I've been incarcerated since I was 19. I am now 47, and I learned so much. I learned how to love myself, love my family, and care about others. I learned about drugs, alcohol, anger, violence, and gun violence, religion, things I didn't care about or know about at 19. I have a family that loves me and will support me in any way they can. My plans are to go live with my cousin in Hamden, Connecticut. He also has a job for me doing painting. I want to work for 3 years and open up my own cleaning service. I also think a halfway house will be the best for me. I think they can help me with setting up programs for me, like mental health, a job, my ID, and other important stuff like AA and NA. My goals are to get my car license and my own apartment and own business. I also would like to help younger kids and talk to them about gun violence and how important it is to make the right choices in life. In closing, I would again like to say sorry to the Santinella family and everyone I hurt by doing what I did. I want to thank the parole board for allowing me the opportunity to present myself and my aspirations in front of you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your statement, Mr. Gudino. This panel has reviewed your case extensively, everything from the time of the offense through your history with the Department of Correction. In addition, we reviewed a packet of information submitted by your attorney and a summary of your interview with the parole officer. So we're very well versed in your case. We received letters of support from your family members. We do have some additional questions for you. When we're done with our questions, we'll ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate any victim input. And then your attorney and the state's attorney will have the opportunity to speak before we discuss your case and deliberate amongst ourselves, and we'll give you our decision here today. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, we'll begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Gudino, I'm not here to try your case, but I would like to go back and just address some questions as it relates to, what you have said today and what you said to the parole officer and what we read in the police report. So my understanding is that you went to the park, there was some argument, you flashed your firearm and threatened others, but that friends of yours convinced you to get back in the car and leave. Why did you decide to return?
Because I was angry. I was under the influence, and I was dealing with so much anger. I went right around the block and came right back within like 5 minutes.
Okay, and then what happened? You came back. You went up to the victim and just shot him.
Yeah.
But then what did you do after?
I ended up leaving and going to a different country.
Why did you choose to do that?
I was scared.
And when you returned and you arrived back, what happened?
I got arrested at JFK Airport.
And you acknowledge that you did the shooting?
I acknowledge, I take full responsibility for that.
They made it a non-judicial thing, and then they sent.
Now,
This
that time you were on probation,
Yeah,
right?
yes,
So you knew you were on probation, you weren't supposed to have a gun. And what was going on?
I was just lost. I was always drinking, smoking, dust. I didn't care about life, period. I didn't care about my life or anyone else's life at that time.
Okay, so let's talk about the time that you've been incarcerated. So I know that you mentioned several programs. I know you took anger management in 2024, and you took the Tier 2 program in 2024.
Yes,
And prior to 2024, the last time you took the program was in 2020.
yes, yeah,
And then prior to that was the domestic violence in 2022.
domestic violence in 2023. I think.
Oh, I had 2022, so maybe I'm off there. So the concerning part for me is you have received 38 disciplinary reports.
Yes.
Can you explain that? And I'm looking at the period over which you have received all those. And it goes all the way back to 1998, right up to June of 2023.
Yeah. In the beginning, I just caught tickets because I was scared. I was 19 around Mend. I was 35, 40. Came in 1996. It was a whole different system. Most of my tickets, I ended up going to SEC for refusing housing because I didn't want to live with somebody that was either older than me or felt like they could do something to me. And I don't got that many violence tickets. As far as violent tickets, I have smoking marijuana tickets. That's about it. Refusing housing and smoking marijuana tickets. And probably 2 fights, I think it was.
Well, you've mentioned a few, but there's 38 of them.
Yeah, most of them were for refusing housing and
I don't know. Disobey direct order fighting, contraband B, violation of unit rules, flagrant disobedience, intoxication, fighting, threats, intoxication, and it keeps going on and on.
yeah, the violation.
So there's very few there for refusing housing.
Yes, the ones I called before years ago, I don't know, I can't even remember what they were for. But like you said, it was disobeying a direct order from a CO or something, maybe locking up or a hot pot that was turned up.
So, what I'm saying is in between. So 1998, 99, 2000, 2001, 3, 4, and then 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, then 20, and 23. And so in between some of those 3 and 4 years is when you were able, to take some programs. And I certainly appreciate the fact that you did and that you shared what you have learned from them. So you also had job assignments over the period. How long were you a tierman?
I was a tierman for a couple of years at a time. I had a tierman job maybe 10, 11 different times, a tierman job, and probably 2 years at a time, 2 or 3 years at a time.
What about were you a hallway monitor?
Yeah, no, a hallway worker. I did the floors.
Worker.
Yeah, I had that for 3 years.
And what about a kitchen worker?
Kitchen, I worked in the kitchen probably 3 different times. I just had a job in the kitchen just now. But the first time I worked for 2 years and then I ended up getting sent to Virginia. And then the second time I ended up working probably 18 months. And then this time I ended up working 7 months.
I also observed that you were a painter and you received your commercial cleaning certificate.
Yeah, I was working up in cabinet making and carpentry and doing painting up there in Waterbury. And then I ended up getting commercial cleaning certificate. I ended up graduating for 2 years commercial cleaning.
So the part that is concerning Mr. Gudino is that in between your disciplinary reports is when you get to do a program. And then when you complete the program, then you get disciplinary reports again. And then you have to wait. Then you do a program. And then you get disciplinary reports right after.
Yeah, the programs, I couldn't do programs. I had too much time. They kept sending me a paper saying they cater to the guys that have 2 or 3 years. They're not going to give a person that got 45
I
years.
understand that, but you did tier 2 in anger management last year.
Yeah, because I'm on the parole. I'm on the parole. I'm on the now. My name is popping up for parole. That's the only reason I got that. Domestic violence, anger management, tier 2. I only got that because just now.
All the motions filed.
One of the things that I read that you stated was that all the programs and the jobs that you've done and have helped you to mature and improve your thinking process and, develop good work ethics, but also, more importantly, how to make good decisions.
Yes.
But it's a bit contradictory for me because while you're saying that you're able to make good decisions, in between, you're getting the DRs to take away from the programs that you have done.
Well, I haven't. I just did these programs within the last 2 years, and I just got assaulted a couple of months ago and didn't fight back or didn't. Like before this, I had no hope at all as far as going to parole or anything like this. I'm not gonna stay here and lie to you, and I had no hope at all. Like so, until I got this juvenile parole, yes, I was doing programs here and there or trying to get programs and doing voc ed, but it would always come in my mind like not going home until 67 years old. But when I started taking these programs now is when I started realizing people would start telling me like, and I started taking these programs seriously.
But then you start taking them seriously, but you just continued on your journeys to take away from the programs that you have done.
No, I haven't caught a ticket since I've done these programs. I actually got assaulted and got a broken jaw, broken nose, and fractured skull, and didn't fight back. That could have been the easiest anger management right there, I think.
When did that happen?
4 months ago.
You applied what you learned last year.
Yes, and not just that, but I've changed dramatically as far as the program wise. Like I try to help other people in here as far as talking to them about making the right choices, about gun violence. Like I didn't take any of this serious until like 5 years. Even my mental health, when I started going to mental health, people would always talk reckless and say stuff, but I ended up seeing and going to talk to mental health anyway, because I started caring about myself and wanting to do better for myself and my family.
Yeah, Mr. Gudino, just so that you could have a better understanding of, where I'm at. When I look at the programs that you have done, it's supposed to, improve on your behavior, improve on your thinking, give you better decision-making skills, develop good work ethics, all of which you will need. But in
I agree.
between all of that, there's this other behavior. And it's one that I'm trying to understand. Your intox ticket for marijuana and Suboxone.
No, just, it was marijuana. The other thing must have been mixed in there, but I don't do the other, the Suboxone. I just do marijuana, that's it. And I stopped that for the last 2 years. And the ticket wise, I haven't caught tickets since I've done any of these programs. Like you're stressing that, I understand that. And I agree with you 1,000%. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. Like I haven't caught a ticket since I've done any of these programs.
Well, you haven't gotten any tickets since you did anger management and tier 2.
No, I haven't.
So those were the only 2, but the others, the refusing to give the specimen, and for us, you know what that means.
And yes, and I told him, like in the ticket, I told him that my urine was gonna be dirty for marijuana. I actually told him that. And he said he can't do anything about that. That I'm just gonna have to take a ticket for refusing
right.
a urine, which I accepted. I told him ahead of time that it was gonna be dirty for marijuana.
Right. Okay. So you have a release plan, and I went over it. You have a job, you want to start your own commercial cleaning business, you want to speak with the youth, but then you say if you have time, you might attend AA meetings.
No, not if I got time. I'm gonna attend AA meetings.
What I read.
Where'd you read that at?
It said if you have time, you might attend AA meetings, and you said you won't use drugs, you have family support, and that you're gonna, obtain a medical marijuana card because it's now legal, and, you have a right to do that. And then you say you want to work and get your own car and your own apartment. But I was concerned a little bit about you didn't have a really good relapse prevention plan, considering that in 2023, you were getting tickets for a dirty urine.
Yeah, I go to AA every Monday and Tuesday for the last almost year and a half, and I haven't smoked at all. They've gave me urines for the last 3 times within the last 7 months, twice already. Almost so, but definitely when I get back out there, I'm planning on definitely going to AA and getting help with my anger, my mental health, and also with drugs. But I would like to go to a halfway house for that type of help. But there's no doubt in my mind that I'm going to go get help for that's what I came to jail for. That's like I have to get help for that. That's automatic.
Well, I appreciate you saying that you're going to talk to the young people about gun violence because it's still going on.
Yes, I know that. And I know I can make a difference out there. I know that for a fact. I'm not trying to be overconfident, but I talk to them here right now all the time, every day. They come up to me, they always want to talk to me about that. And I always find time to do that. But that's the most important thing that to me is to talk about gun violence out there right now.
Yeah, but Mr. Gudino, you really have to focus on your disciplinary reports because it really is getting in the way of you being suitable.
Yes, I do. I agree with you on that, and I agree with you.
All right. Well, thank you for answering my questions. Here.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chance. Mr. Cole? All right. Mr. Gudino, I share some of the concerns that my colleague, Ms. Chance, brought up. Your intoxication ticket is for marijuana and Suboxone, and part of that reason is you don't know what's in the drugs that you're taking. You're in prison, right? So that's why it also concerns me that you're interested in using marijuana when you're released, because the same thing can happen on the outside. You just never know. Never know what's in the drugs you're taking.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you on that. But yeah, I agree with you on that. And I've read studies as far as mental health wise, and I got PTSD, and most of the time I can't sleep. So I just figured
Well, I understand, but you see a doctor for that, and there's other types of medication that you can use without turning to drugs. Because we see it all the time. People get addicted to whatever drug they're taking, and then they turn to the streets to get more of it, and you don't know what you're getting. You see people dying from fentanyl, in different types of drugs every day. So I'm happy to hear that you agree that you need to work on your behaviors. There's clearly more work to be done. We recognize that you were 18, almost 19 when you committed this offense. And we look for the growth and maturity, and the only way we can measure that is by your behavior in the facility. You understand?
yes, I do understand that.
So hopefully now that you're in a different area where you say you can get involved in more programs, hopefully you can do that. Are you still attempting to educate yourself? I know you've had some difficulty.
Yeah, I'm going to voc ed right now. I'm on the barbershop list, and the culinary arts also.
Okay, good. So now you know that there is some hope, right?
Yeah.
But the parole board has to be absolutely certain that you will not go out there and reoffend in any way, and we wouldn't be risking any type of community safety. All right. So at this point, I'm going to ask the Office of Victim Services to facilitate input from the victim's family. Ms. Vasquez, thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Thank you. We have several victims who are logged on to this Teams meeting, and all of them wish to address the board. This will be your opportunity to express to the board your wishes and concerns. You may unmute your microphone, turn on your camera if you wish to do so, and you may begin. And first we will have Kim. She will be reading 2 statements from the parents of the victim.
Hi, my name is Kim Santiella. I am the sister of Antonio Santiella Jr. I am going to read a letter that my parents provided for me, and then I'll talk for myself as well. We as a family decided that it wasn't in my parents' best interest to be a part of this meeting. They're older, not in the best of health. And of course, as you understand, this is very upsetting for them, and we prefer not to have them stressed with this situation. My mother's written a letter on behalf of her and my father that she'd like me to read. In her letter, she uses the name of the brother, the person that killed my brother. I'm not going to say his name. He doesn't deserve that. He doesn't deserve for me to use his name. I want my brother's name to be heard. I want Tony to be the most important part of this meeting. This is my parents' letter to the parole board. We are writing this letter in regard to the parole meeting for the person that killed their son. Their names are Antonio Santiella Sr. and Deborah Santiella. Our son's name is Antonio Santiella Jr. Tony Jr. was our firstborn child. He had a younger sister, Kim, and a younger brother, Rick. He had always looked over them. He was a great big brother, and Kim and Rick always looked up to their brother for guidance. They were devastated when they lost their big brother. To this day, we all have our bad days and our good days concerning our Tony. Tony Jr. was a very good, very proud uncle to his nephews and so excited to be an uncle. Tony Jr. had a wife and also 2 children. Lisa, Tony Jr.'s wife, Tony and Lisa had a loving relationship with their 2 little ones, Tony III and Brianna. Tony III was 5 years old, but he does remember certain things about his dad, like the time they were having a backyard cookout and our Tony Jr. was roasting a pig for the cookout, and Tony III helped his dad with it. But for our Brianna, she was a baby, only 5 months old, and has no memories of her dad. She was only 5 months and didn't even get the chance to know her dad. What a shame. Tony Jr. was a very hard worker and was always there when he was needed to work extra hours so that he could support his family. Tony worked at the Maritime Center in Norwalk, Connecticut as a chef. Everyone loved him there. He also worked there catering parties for big events. He really enjoyed his job. We as Tony's family strongly disagree for that person to be released on an early parole. We believe that he should serve the full sentence of 45 years that was ordered by the judge at the end of his sentencing. The judge also stated to him that he was not going to serve even 1 day less than the 45 years. Let us ask why he should be released. It's just not right, and it's not fair that he be released on early parole so that he gets to spend time with his family. Tony Jr. was a good son, brother, uncle, husband, and father. He was someone to be proud of. Tony Jr. is gone forever and not with us, with his family, because that person took his life away from all of us. As much as it hurts to say, death is forever. If Antonio Santiella Jr. was still alive today, he would have been here to see his 2 children grow up. How proud of a father he was. He would be with his family and he would have met his 6 grandbabies that he was never able to meet due to the fact that that person took his life and so much more away from him and from all of us. There are no words that can explain how much we miss our oldest child. Let this person that took the life away from him stay in prison until the 45 years that he was sentenced. We, as Antonio Santiella Jr.'s parents, want to say, make him serve the remaining 16 years of which he is sentenced to. We strongly disagree with him getting released on an early parole due to the fact that he has taken so very much away from our Tony and from us. We are so proud to say that Antonio Santiella Jr. was our son. In the closing of this letter, we would like to thank Victim Services for all that they have done for us. We would also like to thank the Board of Parole for taking the time to listen to what we have to say. And it's signed Mr. and Mrs. Antonio Santiella Sr. And with that being said, I'd just like to add a few of my own words. I basically echo my mother's words. He was a great brother, son, husband, father, uncle, cousin, friend. He was young and happy and so proud to be a father. Tony was supposed to move to Florida when he was taken from us. His family had already made the move and he was leaving soon. He told me that he couldn't believe how much he missed them and couldn't wait to get there. Little did he know he would never see them again and they would never see him again. This person took so much away from Tony and so much from our family. This person sits here today asking to be released, probably using the excuse that he was young. Tony was young. Tony doesn't have a voice to ask for a second chance at life. This person doesn't deserve a second chance either. He took Tony's life and he had absolutely no remorse for it. And I'm going to add this separately, but he's taken all these courses and he's found God and he's praying. But he's doing this because he knows he's up for parole, not because he thought it would make him a better person.
And those programs prove that.
Maybe he's gone to church, maybe he's taken the classes, whatever he needs to do to sit in front of this parole board and act like he's doing so much to make himself a better person. Tony didn't have any opportunities. Tony didn't get to live. Tony doesn't get to sit here today and ask for another chance. My family has dealt with this heartache for so many years, and although the pain is easier to deal with, it's always there. We still cry. Our hearts still hurt. We still talk about him all the time. We wonder what he would look like, what he would say, how he would talk, what he would be doing in his life. We know how proud he'd be of his children and his grandchildren. Today, I'm asking that this person serve the remainder of his sentence. Tony didn't have a choice. Unfortunately, he took Tony's life, and the consequence of taking his life is 45 years, and you should continue to serve 45 years. I believe my brother might want to say something. I'm not sure. He doesn't have anything to say.
Thank you, Kim. At this point, I would ask for Jen. This is your opportunity to share something to the board members.
Hi, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Jennifer. Tony was my brother-in-law. I am Lisa Santiella's sister. And I just have a brief letter to read on my point of view. The day Tony was taken from us is the day I said goodbye to the sister I once knew and loved. I had to unwillingly say hello to a shell of a broken version of herself. I was there to witness the phone call that would change our family's life forever. The scream of devastation that came from my sister's soul as she crumbled to the floor is an image that will never leave me, and quite frankly feels like it just happened yesterday. Tony was literally the love of my sister's life. The day he was murdered, half of her broke in a way that has never been repaired and will never be repaired. The other half continues to simply live for her children. She never truly got to live her best life because her best life would have been loving and living with Tony. I heard from my nephew and my niece because I too lost my dad at a young age, and I understand the emptiness and the void they carry inside of them, not knowing what life could have been with him here. They will never know what a father's love truly feels like. They'll never, my niece will never have a father-daughter dance at her wedding. My nephew will never experience the proud stare of a father watching him grow and become a man. Those are the memories that shape us growing up, core memories that they will never, ever have. I'm not a judge, I'm not a jury, or a member of this board for that matter. I'm just a sister, an aunt, and a friend who has had to watch from the sidelines as some of the people I love the most in this world suffer what is and will be a lifetime of pain and loss. They live a life without the love and company of a son, a brother, a husband, and most importantly, a dad who had so much love to give. And they will have to live this loss for a lifetime. The sentence that comes along with that loss is a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. At this time, I would like to offer the opportunity to Lisa. This is your opportunity to address the board.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Lisa Santiella, and I am and will forever be Antonio Santiella's wife. He is my best friend, my husband, my soulmate. He's the one my heart needed to feel complete. He's the one who blessed me with memories I will never forget. He's the one who completed our family with 2 children. 2 children that had to grow up without their dad, and all in a blink of an eye, lost. My best friend, my husband, my soulmate, and the father of our 2 kids at the age of 25. You will hear me say he is instead of was, because he forever will be my best friend, my husband, my soulmate, and the father to our beautiful kids, which at this time were 5 years old and 5 months old. I suffered losing my dad at a young age over an accident and remembering seeing the face, the hurt, and the loss my mom felt. And I prayed I would never have to endure such a thing. But here we are, having to look at our 5-year-old son and trying not to break down while explaining to him that he will never see his dad again. The look in his face was indescribable. The tears of confusion, but why, mommy? Why can't I see my dad? All I could do is just hold him tight and telling him, I got you. Mommy will always protect you. No little boy should have to grow up so fast. No little boy should have to become the man of the house at such an early age. None of this would have happened if his dad, Antonio Santiella, would not have gotten killed by the person who claimed he did this because he had no father in his life. Those were his words. I asked the judge then, So does this give my son a reason to do the same? Does this give my son a reason to go destroy someone's life, take someone's child, as this person has done to us? Our daughter, our beautiful 5-month-old daughter, to the one who never got a chance to meet him and know him. Our daughter in my arms at 5-month-old, just holding her tight, saying over and over again, I'm so, so sorry, baby girl. And all I could say was sorry, because how can you ever say to a baby, your daddy is no longer with us? Daddy was killed by this inmate who had no heart, who had no care for life and what he had done to others. And because of him, you will never get to meet or know who your daddy was. My daughter never got her first of any daddy-daughter moments because of this inmate. As I have to tell our children this, I'm trying to believe it myself. That very moment when my husband took his last breath, I gasped for air and my heart broke. And at that moment, I wasn't sure why, but all I felt was my life was dying. And that's exactly what happened. My husband, Antonio, took his last breath. He was my life. My life would never be the same and has never been the same. Our son had 5 years and just 5 years of memories with him. But there will be a memory that will stay with me for forever. Is our son asking daddy, all I want for my 5th birthday is to roast a pig, as we've heard before, on the stick outside and wake up to turn in every so often. That's all he wanted to do with his dad. That's the last thing he did with his dad till his dad was murdered. Our daughter, who doesn't have a memory of him, all she has is a picture or two and story that has been told to her. My life was such a fog in her first year. I feel like this inmate had not only taken away the love of my life, my soulmate, but my daughter's first year of life. I tried so hard to be the mom they both needed while trying to cope with what everyone kept trying to help me get through, and understand that my husband and Antonio and Brianna Santiella's dad is dead. The past 28 years, I have tried to shelter my children from dealing with the hurt and pain of all of this that this inmate has caused. Every time the inmate went to court, every time we received a letter stating he's going to court to fight to be released, I wanted to protect our children from this for as long as possible. And if I could had it my way, I would never have wanted them to have experienced this hurt. Reliving what they remember and don't remember because it was taken from them. Our children, or any child for that matter, should never have to experience anything like this. This is just a touch of how this inmate has destroyed our lives. I have 28 years of hurt, 28 years of sadness, 28 years of brokenness. But what kills me the most is the hurt, the sadness, and the emptiness of my children not having their dad. All I ever wanted is to take the pain away from them. My children are my world and have saved my life countless times. My world came to an end when my husband Antonio died. At the moment, my life was destroyed and I felt I had no reason to continue my living. But looking into my children's little faces and seeing the sadness I would bring to them if I continued to feel my life had no meaning left, that would have destroyed them. And their life had been destroyed once by the inmate who took their dad away. I have lived for our children. I have sacrificed for our children, and I will fight and continue fighting for our children's happiness till my very last breath. So if this means being here today, tomorrow, 10 years, or for however long it will need to be, I will continue to fight to not let this inmate be released. I fear that this inmate has no remorse. The inmate has no respect for life. This is the same individual that stood in court almost 29 years ago and looked me in the face and laughed and said, "You're next." Not only did he take a life, but now he threatened to take another life. Not only do I feel he has not not served enough time for taking Antonio Santiella Jr.'s life away, but for the fear of my life, my children's lives, and anyone around him. Antonio Santiella never got to see his children grow up, never got the chance to meet our grandchildren, never got to celebrate another birthday, another anniversary, never got the chance to just live his life. I ask you to please consider the outcome with an open mind and an open heart, and understand how just at a blink of an eye, this inmate who killed my husband, who fled the country and was able to destroy an entire family, has no right to be sitting here today asking to be released. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa, for your statement. At this time, I would offer the opportunity to Antonio. You may unmute yourself and turn on your camera if you wish to do so.
My name is Antonio Santiella III, and I'm here today because my father is not, because he never got a second chance, because his life was stolen from him, and because I carry his name, I am now his voice. This hearing, it's unfair. It's unfair that my family has to be here, reliving this pain, begging for justice that should have never been questioned. It's unfair that we have to sit in this room, open wounds, and fight to keep a murderer where he belongs. But you know what's most unfair? That he even has a release date to begin with. My father never got one. He never got the chance to wake up, to rebuild, to move on. He never got the opportunity to have have time serve him. His time was stolen, but the man who stole it, he's been sitting in a cell knowing at some point he'd get to ask for freedom, that at some point he'd get to stand here and plead for another chance. I was just 5 years old when my father was murdered. My sister was only months old. My mother had just moved us to Florida, waiting for my father to follow a few days later. But instead of him coming home, we got a phone call that shattered our lives forever. I remember sitting on my grandmother's floor, staring at the news, seeing the face of the man who took my father away. And I remember my mother telling me, her voice breaking, that Dad wasn't coming home. Those words changed everything. That moment destroyed my world. And from that day forward, I carried the weight trying to fill the shoes of a man I barely got the chance to know. I had to be strong for my mother, for my sister, for my family, because my father wasn't there to do it. I had to be the man of the house before I even understood what that meant. But no matter how strong I tried to be, nothing can fill the hole that he left. And the what ifs have haunted me my entire life. What if my father had been here to guide me? What if he had been here to teach me what it meant to be a man? What if my kids, his grandkids, got to meet him, sit on his lap and hear his stories? Instead, all they have are my stories and the questions, the same questions I had to ask growing up, except now I have to be the one to answer them. This wasn't some accident. This wasn't a mistake. This was a deliberate, violent, calculated decision. The man before you stood in the park that night screaming, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you," and he meant it. He walked up to the car, pulled the trigger 3 times, and then he ran. He ran from the scene, he ran from justice, he ran to another country thinking he could disappear, thinking he could escape what he did. We've been serving a life sentence of pain, grief, and trauma that never goes away. I've spent years in therapy trying to heal, trying to figure out how to move forward. When a piece of me will always be stuck in that moment. And even now, I still have nightmares. Nightmares where I see him walking free, where I run into him on the street. He sees me, and his face doesn't show surprise. It shows something worse, like he's been waiting, like he's been expecting this moment. And in that instant, I know exactly why. I try to move, but I can't. My feet won't work, my body won't respond. It's like I'm frozen in place, powerless, just like my father was that night. Just like he must have felt in his final moments, And then the man takes a step towards me. I wake up before he reaches me, but the feeling doesn't go away. It stays heavy in my chest, lingering like a shadow I can't shake. It's the same feeling I've carried since I was 5 years old. The feeling of knowing that a man who shattered my world is still out there, still breathing, and still capable of walking free. And now this board has the power to make that nightmare a reality. I need you to understand this is not just another case file. This is not just another hearing. This is my life. This is my family's pain, my mother's suffering, my father's stolen future. This man did not just kill my father. He destroyed the foundation of my childhood. He took away my sense of safety, my sense of normalcy, and my chance to know what it feels like to have a father beside me. Picture my father sitting in that car, unaware that his life is about to be stolen. Picture him catching a glimpse of the man walking up, but not realizing until it's too late. Picture the moment those shots rang out and the moment his body slumped, the moment his future disappeared. Now picture my mother getting that call. Picture her breaking down. Picture her realizing she has to walk into a room and tell a 5-year-old boy his father's never coming home. Picture the weight of that moment, picture the weight of a lifetime of suffering that followed. And then picture yourselves telling that little boy that the man responsible deserves another chance. Could you say it to my face? Could you say it to my father's grave? Because if you let this man walk free, that's exactly what you're saying. My father's life mattered, my family's pain matters, and justice, real justice, means that this killer never walks free. Deny his parole, not just for me, not just for my family, but for the father who should still be here, because he never got a release date, and the man who took him away should never have one either. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. At this time, I open the floor to Brian.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Brianna Santiella Green, daughter of the deceased Antonio Santiella. It's hard to believe I'm here today advocating for my deceased father. Unlike the rest of my family members here, I wish I had more to tell you on who my father was and all the great things about him. I wish I could tell you who he was as a person, as a father, as a friend, as a husband to my mom, and now more than ever, a grandfather to my kids. Similar to you, all I know of my father is his name, his birth date, his death date, the stories being told, and now the face of his murderer. All I have of my father is just a jean jacket, his last name, and his DNA. Being a father is way more than that. Unfortunately, that was not an option for my dad. With that, I'll start with just a little bit about me. My father was taken from me at just 5 short months of my life. Life as a little girl was just a little different for me. From my first words to my first steps, down to marriage and having all 3 of my little ones. I didn't have my dad there to witness any of it. Starting from the beginning of my first words, which was probably Dada. Like most babies, this was unfortunately just a milestone that was met, a word added to my vocabulary as a baby because there was no Dada. Then growing up as a little girl who hated Father's Day, who never got to attend father-daughter dances, whose dad never got to come to any activities or sports, birthdays, graduations, or just simply everyday life. As a little girl, you envision the day you get married. You dream of the dress you'll wear and all the little details in between. I never wanted to get married or have a huge wedding because of the anxiety, panic, and level of emotions that one can feel when thinking about walking down the aisle alone. What's supposed to be one of the happiest days of my life came with so much fear. My father's birthday is on one of the most unfortunate events, 9/11.
Who knew what who knew that a moment of silence could be so loud? That every year in school, come this day, you have to take a moment with your teacher and explain what this day is so you have the mental and physical support, giving the teachers an understanding of why this moment of silence is so emotional for you. Where there should be a day to celebrate another year at life, I mourn the loss of my father. Here I am almost 29 years later, a woman in Christ, a wife and a mother. The grown-up little girl who overcame all the suicidal thoughts, the little girl who missed her daddy, now growing up to realize, how do you miss someone you never even knew? You don't. It's all just wishful thinking. The idea of what life would be like if this little girl had her daddy. The little girl who has 2 pictures with her daddy and barely has any pictures as a young child. The little girl who nobody knows anything about from this time because life was such a blur. The little girl who had to grow up so fast, the endless sleepless nights, the consistent tears, or the milestone just to make it past 26 years old. That should never be one's goals. But who can you be mad at other than the man who caused this? It's crazy to think how much hurt you can feel so many years later. I found peace knowing that one day I will reunite with my father, and when I get up to those gates, Daddy will be there, hands out and ready. A girl needs her dad. Instead, she had her brother, who growing up should be your best friend. Instead, I had the brother who had to pick up the pieces and try to play dad. Imagine growing up hating your brother because of a role he was forced into. The Lord knows how much I love my brother and how thankful I am for him, but it didn't always feel like that growing up, and it's not his fault. A 5-year-old little boy should never have to play that role. The little girl who watched her mom struggle. There's no amount of words that can explain the way I've seen my mom hurt in the way she has over the last 29 years, almost 29 years. That's in front of me. Imagine behind closed doors. The episodes of reliving it or always feeling like she needs to be strong for us. The financial struggle, the emotional damage that was caused. Watching your mom play the role of the mom and dad when having a 5-month-old little baby and a 5-year-old little boy as her husband just got ripped out her life. I now get to watch my mother have a second chance at doing life, not just with me, but with my daughter. Everything she couldn't do with me, every moment she doesn't remember, every moment she couldn't see, she now does with my daughter. I could only wish you guys could see a love like my daughter with her Mimi. I've never met another woman stronger, and for that, I'll forever be grateful. Tony and Mom, I know you guys are listening, and I love you both more than words could ever describe, and I know how proud Dad is up there looking down on us. Now today, I'm here 28 years old, married with 3 little babies. I have an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 6-month-old little one. Some may think I'm overly obsessed with my kids simply for the 60,000+ pictures I have, down to every single milestone written, all the small things and the silly things, down to the size of their heads. I do this because I was the little girl who didn't have any of it, who no one actually remembers Bree as a little baby, but more so for my kids to have the memories when they grow up and they can show their kids and all the generations after them. I pray every day my kids never have to feel the pain of losing a parent at such a young age. My 2 youngest kids are now the same age my brother and I were when we lost our dad. I couldn't imagine life without their dad here. My husband, my life partner, and my kids, King, their knight in shining armor. They love their dad more than anything in this world. I just wish I got to experience a love like that. Except now, I watch my kids pray every night to their grandfather, to whom I don't even know, better yet them, and there's no better love than that. Board members, I consider myself to be a woman in Christ, a God-fearing woman, as a woman who tries to consistently study the Bible and the Lord's word. As I know what today is, and I know what is being requested, and do believe everyone deserves a second chance, like what the Bible says, I believe this person had his second chance. I believe this person had multiple chances even prior to the murder of my father. As you all know, this person was not a first-time offender. He was a repeat offender with multiple charges multiple times, a man who showed no remorse for his own actions. How many chances does one get? I believe this person had his second chance when he walked away the first time. However, he chose to come back just a few minutes later and proceeded to kill my father. This person has caused so much hurt in my family, hurt that only one can understand if they've gone through it, hurt that words truly can't be described. I don't wish this type of pain on anybody. As I pray, this inmate has found the Lord. Nowhere in the Bible does it say that one does not have to deal with the consequences and repercussions of one's decisions. The consequence for this inmate is and was to serve his time, his full sentencing, and eventually there will be a release date. And I don't believe that day should be today. For all the reasons above and all the reasons he was denied previously, board members, I am not in favor of honoring parole today, and I pray you guys aren't either. Thank you for listening and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brianna, and to all the family members. Madam Chair and board members, this is all that I have for this particular case. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, we will afford each of the attorneys present the opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Nemec. If you have any statements or remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Thank you, board. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. The state objects to any modification of Mr. Gudino's sentence for essentially two reasons. One, this was not a crime of impulse, but essentially a gruesome execution, apparently over some minor dispute. And two, Mr. Gudino has not demonstrated sufficient growth to indicate that he is ready to be successful in the outside world. We are aware of the intent of amending 54-125A and recognize advances in human understanding of brain development. And that's why we're here today. Young people, those under 25 years of age, have yet to fully develop the cluster of functions that center in the prefrontal cortex, sometimes called the executive suite. The lack of this development affects the calibration of risk-reward, problem-solving, prioritizing, thinking ahead, self-evaluation, long-term planning, and regulation of emotion. This is why we're here today. The statutes recognize this change. Now, I don't want to get into the specific details of the crime. You have them in front of you. They are gruesome. But we should never forget the actions that got Mr. Gudino into the position he's in today, and the devastation those actions have caused, and how they still echo through time for the Santiella family. But this was not an impulsive act by Mr. Gudino. He got in an altercation with Ms. Santiella and left the area. Minutes later, some witnesses indicate there was up to as much as 20 minutes later, he walked up to Mr. Santiella's car and shot him multiple times, essentially executing him. We shouldn't forget that. The purpose of 54-125A is not met in this particular situation. Further, the recency of his treatment and the consistency of picking up tickets do not demonstrate a track record of an individual who is reformed in any meaningful way. The consistency of picking up those tickets in a secure facility also demonstrates someone who would not succeed on the outside. And for those reasons, ladies and gentlemen, the state objects to any modification of Mr. Gudino's sentence. I thank you very much for your time and the difficult work that you do. I thank the Santiella family for their words, and thank you very much.
Thank you. At this time, Attorney Fernandes, if you have any final remarks you would like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, thank you, board. Good afternoon, board members. I want to thank you for giving Mr. Gudino the opportunity to appear before you and present the information that has been presented in a packet, and also the opportunity to speak to the Santiella family. Thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate you showing up. I know there's been information presented to you today throughout the hearing, so I will attempt to keep this brief. Since meeting Mr. Gudino, he has been very upfront and open with me. He has openly discussed his childhood, the crime that he had committed, and where he is now in life. We have further discussed where he sees himself if the board were to grant him the opportunity to be released on parole. Throughout every discussion we had, he has shown sincere remorse for the crime committed and the harm and pain that he has brought to the Santiella family. Mr. Gudino stands before you at 47 years old. He's no longer that 19-year-old child that he was when he became incarcerated. And Mr. Gudino has been working towards bettering himself so that if the opportunity presents itself, he will not make the same choices, decisions, and he'll be a law-abiding citizen who will give back to the community he once brought so much pain to. Since I met him, in every meeting since, we've had discussions about the Santiello family and Mr. Santiello, and it's evident that he lives every day with remorse for the crime and pain he committed. Mr. Gudino is the one doing the work and trying to make himself a better, well-rounded person who, with the help from his family, plans to make a successful transition into society if the board is to grant him parole. When preparing for this hearing and re-entry into society, He is the one who has done the work to make sure he will be successful and has the support to assist him. He's the one who reached out to his family and created the plan and gave me the reentry plan, which I then confirmed. He is the one who's made the effort with the assistance of his family to get the letters of support. He is the one who has made numerous statements to me about what he will do immediately upon his release, which is enroll in personal therapy and find an NAAA group. I have spoken with some of his family members, and they are not only ready for him to come home, but they are beyond supportive and are willing to do and assist in any way they can to help Mr. Gudino have a successful transition. I would like to touch on a few different things today after reviewing the report the parole board came together with that I believe are important to reiterate. In concerns with his education, Mr. Gudino, as it was shown in his PSI, was and continues to face learning disabilities. His lack of a GED is not for a lack of trying or a lack of extreme effort or want. Mr. Gudino has tried multiple times to get his GED while incarcerated and still to this day continues to try. As for AA and NA, I think we can all understand, and it's well known that recovery is not a linear path, and it certainly is not an easy path. Mr. Gudino has taken the right steps in getting the help he needs and wants to make sure that he continues on this path. When discussing his top things he wants to do upon release in order to be successful, besides the basics of getting a job, the first thing he said to me was to enroll in AA and NA, as well as therapy, because he attributes to both of those programs that they have allowed him to open up, learn more about himself, and to become a better individual. And then lastly, the therapy. Mr. Gudino opened up a lot regarding the importance of therapy and what it has done for him while he being incarcerated. Mr. Gudino indicated that speaking with a therapist has allowed him a way to effectively communicate and grow. Again, that was one thing he wanted to do immediately upon release. He also gives credit to therapy to allowing him to become the person who he is today, to grow and to learn many important life skills. As for the re-entry plan, Mr. Gudino's family system is a tight circle of people who have all faced difficulties in their lives, but understand what it is like to struggle and support him very much. The circle of people that he would be released to are very, very supportive and have been by his side every step of this way. I think it's important to note that he will not be returning to the area where the crime was committed, and in return, take a chance of running into any individuals he was associated with at that time. He also has cousins who he could potentially live with in Connecticut. And if that is not what the parole board believes best for his transition, he indicated he'd be willing and almost prefer a halfway house. He believes a halfway house would be extremely beneficial for him in his transition into society. Being at a halfway house will allow him to have the assistance he may need when it comes to getting himself on his feet with financial management, getting a job, assistance in finding a therapist, and an NAAA program. All the types of assistance that his family may not be able to supply, not because they're not willing to or want to, but because the halfway house has those means and the resources to help him. His cousins both have jobs waiting for him and would be willing to have him work for them. As he mentioned earlier, and I believe the board mentioned as well, he has made mentions that he would like to put his commercial cleaning certificate or license to use once he has his feet on the ground, opening his own business. And his aunt has also indicated that she would be very supportive in assisting him in this matter. I also wanted to mention that Mr. Gudino, in my opinion, shows how much he has grown and has learned about himself by the way he talks about the future and his plans if he is granted release. He understands the importance of getting himself enrolled in therapy, involved in NAAA, which are two key contributors to keeping him stabilized and grounded as he makes this transition. In conclusion, Mr. Gudino has expressed much remorse for the crime he committed. He's been incarcerated since 1996, approximately 29 years. And I firmly believe that the individual who entered the prison system in 1996 is not the same individual sitting here before you. He is motivated to make a difference in his community. He's motivated to be productive, keep his head down, and live a simple life. He understands the process of transitioning into society will be a difficult one, but throughout his time in incarceration, he has gained the tools that will allow him to cope with difficult situations, continue to gain the mental health and substance abuse treatment that he needs and wants, and get a job that will allow him to be financially stable. Lastly, as indicated earlier, he hopes to give back to his community and assist young adults who may be in similar situations or have similar childhood as his, and show them that there is a way to live a productive life without committing crimes. Lastly, Mr. Gudino carries the guilt and pain with him every day, and I believe that has helped shape him into the person I see today. I truly believe Mr. Gudino has grown tremendously and has learned a lot about himself and a lot about life through this incarceration. And I believe if the parole board is to give him the opportunity, you will not be disappointed. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Attorney Purnell, and thank you, Attorney Nemec, for your statement as well. Most importantly, thank you to the Santiella family for your courageous appearance here today. You did an amazing job of expressing yourselves under these difficult circumstances. So at this time, Mr. Gudino, the panel will enter into deliberation to discuss your case, and we'll come back to you shortly with our decision. Ms. Chance?
Yes. So I also want to add to the entire Santella family for coming forward today and expressing how their lives have been the last 28, 29 years. So what I've reviewed here today, I can acknowledge that Mr. Gudino did express remorse in his opening comments for the crime that he's committed and the impact to the victim's family. And while I can acknowledge him saying that, I also go back to the actual act of the crime where, several witnesses had to come forward to say he was the actual shooter. And then the fact that he took off, left the country, and came back was concerning. During his incarceration, he did complete several programs under management, domestic violence, voices tier 2, and he did say he attended AA meetings, individual therapy. And he had several job assignments, chairman, hallway worker, kitchen worker, painter, and a mentor to others, which are all very commendable. However, in also looking at his behavior, which would demonstrate areas of growth and maturity, and I look at the 38 disciplinary reports and the period of time during which he received those is concerning for me. The 38 reports was over a period from 1998 up to June 2023. And each time he would do a program, go a couple of years, then he would do another DR. So the growth and maturity that I was looking for and the decision making better decision was a sort of a up and down cycle and very concerning. He did indicate that in committing this offense that he was under the influence. There are quite a few of the DRs that continue to demonstrate a use of, marijuana, Suboxone. And so it says to me that while there is some form of rehabilitation. It's inconsistent along with the programs and the behavior in the disciplinary report. I hope that Mr. Gudino will look at his DRs and his behavior as it relates to the program that he's completed and realize that he will need to spend some more time working on that behavior in order to demonstrate a growth and maturity so that he can go back in the community whenever that time is and be a positive force to his community. So, Madam Chair, for today, I have Mr. Gudino denied.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the Santiella family for coming in and speaking as well. Yeah, it's a devastating loss of life, and we get to see it right here in front of us. So for me, there isn't a doubt that the impulsivity at the time of the offense was very evident. The act that Mr. Gudino committed was that characterized by somebody who's young, restless, reckless, and is in the middle of using substances. Because in his own words to the parole officer, they were riding around smoking and drinking. 23-169 asked me to, as a board member, to judge that I need to arrive at a reasonable probability that Mr. Gudino would be released and not commit another offense. With the intox tickets alone, which I just, there are 38 disciplinary reports. I've been through many of these cases after the age of 23 or 25. They just stop.
Right.
However, there's 29 DRs after the age of 25, and there's 7 that are for intox. The last time we were dealing with Mr. Gudino, or the public was dealing with Mr. Gudino, he was riding around drinking and smoking, and he committed a murder. I cannot, with any kind of reasonable probability, believe that if Mr. Gudino is released, that the same kind of offense wouldn't occur. And that's something that we need to judge in that way, and the evidence is in front of us, So for me, I don't find suitability under Public Act 23-169.
Thank you. Yeah, the Public Act calls for us not only to look at the age at the time of the offense, but the substantial rehabilitation. We don't have evidence of that at this time. Okay, so Mr. Gudino has 18 years remaining on his sentence. When would we like to rehear the case? Thoughts, Ms. Chance?
Thoughts are 2033.
In 8 years? Mr. Pohl?
Madam Chair, I want to hear what you think of
What
this.
my thoughts are? Well, my thoughts are this act was put in place for a reason, right? I think, given that he has no supervision to follow his sentence, and 18 years from now, he would be 65.
65.
Yeah, it would be irresponsible of us not to provide some form of hope and expectation that he should continue to participate in programming and avoid any disciplinary reports or bad behavior within the prison. So, 8 years is not a bad idea. I'll give him 10 years of supervision at that point, but we don't know what could happen in those 8 years. My thoughts originally were somewhere around 6, but
I mean, the piece of this that concerns me too is, and I don't want to get into sentencing, but,
right.
It's a flat sentence.
Right.
Yeah. And the idea of, what Mr. Santella III had to say about his nightmares.
Yeah.
It's you put somebody out without supervision, or you have a substantial piece of the sentence that is served.
Right.
And then you have strict supervision in the community.
Right.
So that a transition after almost 40 years of incarceration happens. So I would support you in that. I would. 8 years would give him what? How many?
He would have 10 years before he's
let's see.
And whatever, if he gets good time. But it would mean that he would do 35 years, which is what I was thinking.
No, he's been in 28 plus years already.
27.
So why don't we settle on 7 years?
Why don't we go to 7
7
years
years, okay.
and totally understand that,
Well, I mean, it's up there,
forthcoming with the victim's family. There's no sure bet that 7 years from now.
No, we don't know what happens in 7 years. Right. Of course, right.
But it gives Mr. Gudino the opportunity to actually
work on himself. Yeah. All right.
And I had major injury and poor institution.
Yeah, I'd say poor institutional adjustment, injury and impact to the victim's family, and we're bringing them back. So I would say inadequate evidence of offender change. Yeah. Okay. So 32 is what we settled on. All right, the matter of Joaquin Gudino, inmate number 234706, moved to deny parole at this time due to the injury and impact to the victims and the victims' family members, poor institutional adjustment as evidenced by the disciplinary reports, and inadequate evidence of offender change. We'll rehear the case in 7 years. So March of 2032, is my math right?
Yeah.
Okay, with the recommendations that you participate in positive programs, education, anything positive actually, and avoid any further disciplinary infractions.
Check.
Is there a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Mr. Gudino, do you understand, sir, what we've done
Yes,
here?
sir. Yes.
All right. We wish you the best, and we thank everyone for their participation here today.
Thank you. This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Joaquin Gudino, inmate number 234706, just 136.